Council, and as most everybody here knows, our work sessions are a little more informal than our regular business meetings. For anybody who might be watching, we do not make binding formal decisions during a work session, but we may give direction to staff for the future, and it's an opportunity just to dig a little deeper into the items on our agenda. Speaking of our agenda, if you don't have one or would like one, there should be one back on that cart back there. Tonight we have four really substantive items on our agenda, council. So the reality is that each one's going to take a fair amount of time. I wish we were going to have a short meeting tonight, but that's not the case. Let's just try not to make it too long on anyone, so we can get out of here at a still reasonable hour. Before we jump into the four substantive items on the agenda, we will. Chris, I'll ask you if you've got anything, and then I'll take public comment on any item on our agenda. Chris, anything in the way of preliminaries?
Mayor and Council, one thing I want to point out is if we have that tax rebate, thanks to the state of Montana, and if we are trying to be helpful with that, we want all of our property taxpayers to take advantage of it. So if folks need help, though it is fairly simple, a number of us have done it in the staff in relatively short order, you can, at the library, there's going to be 5 sessions, 10 a.m., September 1, 2, 15, 16, and 29, and a couple of evenings, 5:30 to 7, September 6 and 13, at the library to help folks go through that process and make sure they can take advantage of that $675 refund on their property taxes. So I just wanted to highlight that. If they go to billingsmt.gov, you'll see in our Magic City Spotlight all the information you would need if you wanted to attend and get some help from the library in that. And that's all that I had, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Chris. For members of the public, we will have public comment on each of the items on our agenda when we get to those items. But if you need to leave or would like to comment on any of those items at the beginning of the meeting, this is your opportunity. Similarly, if you'd like to comment on something that is not on our agenda tonight, you're also welcome to do that at this time, as well as at the very end of the meeting for non-agenda items. So is there any public comment on any item not on agenda or on our agenda this evening at this time? No one is coming forward. Again, you have an opportunity later on those individual items. So we'll close the initial public comment period and dig right into the first item on our agenda, which is small cell wireless facilities. And Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, will kick us off on that item. I appreciate that. Absolutely right. Councilmember Gulick points out we have 2 members of City Council with us online, Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Treaky. There's a chance Councilmember Tidswell may also be joining us by Zoom. Councilmembers Treaky and Neese, if I do not see you, or a staff member doesn't see you, or a council member doesn't see you with your hand raised because you want to comment on something, please feel free to just say something and get our attention, get my attention. We don't mean to ignore you on purpose, but it may happen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're going to talk about small cells tonight. We talked about small cells, I don't know, almost 2 years ago now, year and a half, almost 2 years ago. So we are back to tell you what we found. Just as a reminder, small cells have to do with 5G, and I'm not going to get into the technical aspect of this, partially because I don't know the technical aspect, but mostly because it's not really relevant to what we're doing tonight. But 4Gs had the large towers and could reach a wide area. The 5G has troubles going through buildings and trees and all that kind of thing, so they need several smaller facilities around the city. So those small facilities would be on things like streetlights, power poles, or their own poles. So most of these will be in the right of way, not all of them, but most of them will be in the right of way. And they'll just be small attachments that go on our facilities, on the poles themselves. So throughout this process, what we determined is that the FCC, this is not showing up well, sorry about that. The Federal Telecommunications Act of 96 basically said that they can be in the right-of-way. So we can't say you can't be in the right-of-way. We have to say, yes, you can be in the right-of-way. We do have a few things that we can control, though. Those are the design standards. So what are they going to look like? How big can they be? That sort of thing. Density, location, so the spacing. And then we can also recoup some costs on that. So we don't have to say you can be free, but they do have to be in there. So the fees that are allowed, and this is basically, it's called safe harbor. If we charge these fees in Stacy's terms, we won't get sued. So there are ways that you can charge more, but you would have to basically defend what that is. And the FCC has said that it can't see your ability to do that. They think that that's not going to be likely. So the fees.
Councilor Bernice, go ahead.
Is the presentation moving forward? Because we're still on the first slide.
Oh, thank you for pointing this out. It has been, so we will see what we can do to rectify that. If you've got a copy, a hard copy or electronic copy of the packet, this was in our packet, so we're now on the slide that says fees charged to providers, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. I will follow on there. Debbie, you could let us know when you switch. I'll just follow on that. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully Kevin's fixed it here. Let me know if it doesn't keep going. So the fees that would be charged, there's a one-time fee, $500 for the application, covering 5 cell attachments, $100 for each one, and $1,000 for a new pole. And then reoccurring fees of $270 annually. So there's not much leeway there, but there is at least a fee that would come to the city through these installations. Thank you.
Councilor Bernice, we just advanced. Can you see that says what needs to be in place?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So there are 2 things off the bat that need to be a resolution and an ordinance. The resolution will say that we need to develop uniform design standards. It says that we have to have an encroachment permit application and the procedures. It says we have to do a license agreement and a very wide statement that just says anything else that's required. So as we move through this, there may be other steps we need. And look at that. And then we need an ordinance that basically says small cells are basically encroachments. So in that, we made it very simple. We basically went in our encroachment city code and we added that you need an encroachment permit and a license fee to do this. So a very simple addition to our ordinance. I know we had originally talked about maybe a larger ordinance that actually addressed a lot of things, but this is a cleaner way to do it, to have the ordinance, the resolution, and then the standards. So the resolution and ordinance will both be here in September. The ordinance will require a second reading, which will be the end of September or October, depending on what dates we can get on the agenda, and then it'll be in effect the end of October, beginning of November. So it's pretty straightforward compared to about what we talked about last time, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Parrington, Councilmember Gulick.
So are they already wanting to put these towers in, the cell towers in?
So we had interest back a year and a half ago or so, but we haven't heard from anybody in over a year. So I'm not sure if we have 90 days. 90 days? If somebody applies, we have 90 days to address it. That's why we want to make sure something's in place. But to date, no, we don't have anybody ready to go.
So with the larger cell towers, once they're approved, they can increase the height on them, is my understanding, like we did over on Grand. So what I'm wondering is once this is in place, whatever our agreement is, and the encroachment application, then what can they do afterwards?
So the design standards are pretty tight. They look at the size of the facility. They have to be on poles, so they're not very big. They have the spacing, they have what they're going to look like. So the license agreement and the design standards will control that. They'll have exactly the number of facilities, and they'll have to meet what we give them for guidance.
And they can increase those.
From what I understand, they don't need to increase those. The small cell itself is just a repeater that they would put sporadically through the city. So it doesn't sound like they would need to necessarily have the tall facilities.
So how much would the repeaters be, if they can add repeaters?
That is the small cell. So it goes from the antenna, if you want to. It goes from the large antenna down to these different repeaters or small cells that are throughout the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
Can I interject a piece of information?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Bernice, I think you said something, but it was not clear to us.
There was
Oh, Tricky, I apologize.
Yeah. There are actually two different versions of 5G. One is basically an upgraded version of 4G, which is wideband, and the one that Director Melling is talking about right now is the narrowband version of 5G. T-Mobile has rolled out 5G, the broadband version here in our area, but no one is currently anywhere near rolling out the narrowband version that's out there. So I just thought that was an important piece of information people understand that, yes, 5G is in Billings right now, but it is not the narrowband stuff that, by narrowband, I should be really clear. That means that like it only covers a small area, which is why you need a whole bunch of different antennas.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification, Councilmember Gulick.
So there's a lot of neighborhoods where we don't have streetlights right now, and I suppose, and there's some that don't have streetlights or utility poles, and so that would be just the communications company at their own expense would be putting up poles in the right of way. Is that right?
Right.
And then follow up so we don't own very many of the utility poles in the city, right? Most of them would be electric utility, I would guess. Is
Right,
that
the
correct?
utility poles are either Northwestern or CenturyLink or one of the comm providers.
Yeah, and so the communications company would be making arrangements with them, that'd be
Right.
sort of analogous perhaps, okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the pole owner would have to have permission as well, and then we would give permission to be in the right of way.
Oh, I see. So would there be a different process then for, if they're in the right of way, when the alleys are a right of way, and so there's a utility pole in that right of way, so they need to get permission from the city to be in the right of way at that location. But if they were on a street light that's in public right of way, there'd be a permission there, and then is there an additional fee that would be for attaching to our city-owned street light?
No, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just kind of bring the history here a little bit. So Debbie's right. About 2 years ago, she got a couple phone calls from back east, and it kind of set us free. We're like, what's 5G and what's a small cell, and what do you mean we have to have these in the right of way? So it's just been kind of a history lesson for us in terms of back in about the year 2010. We went from those big council member Puringtons talking about these big macro cells. Those are those big cell towers. What these small cells really are is just a very smaller version of a macro cell. And the reason that these have come into existence is because the macro cells have these lower band wavelengths, and they stretch out for miles. But if you get into a large city, like New York City, Chicago, not necessarily Billings, you start to have difficulties with the buildings being able to utilize all of your broadband devices. And so what they have developed in terms of technology is this fifth generation of smaller cell towers that attach to city utility poles, street lights in the right-of-way. And in the year 2018, President Trump made this a very big request for that he wanted a national rollout of 5G in the country. And so he wanted the Federal Communications Commission to draft a declaratory ruling, which was formalized, which said, okay, cities and towns, local government, state government. Now, Montana doesn't have any state government laws controlling this area. Other states do. And so in Montana, cities and towns are having to take on this ourselves and put in place aesthetics, uniform guidelines like that. But the FCC ruling in 2018 said, sorry, local cities and towns and states, the FCC preempts your authority to, and you must allow this kind of technology to roll out in the United States so we can have our citizens have access to the best broadband and information technologies available. So that's why Debbie and I were kind of like 2 years ago, I was scratching my head trying to figure this all out. We have, since this process began, conferred with a communications firm in Colorado, River Oaks Communications. There are a couple of lawyer brothers who developed a firm down there and has counseled a lot of the Northwest region on this same issue. And in fact, I think Mayor Cole may have attended a CLE a few months ago in which one of the vice presidents presented in Bozeman at the Towns and Cities Convention. So what we have developed in the last year is basically uniform standards. We kind of have those ready to go. And we've consulted with this communications firm. And we have the best, I think, telecommunications legal advice that we could get on facilitating this. They also helped us develop a license agreement, basically an encroachment license agreement, in which we are following Ninth Circuit law from the year 2020, so the most recent. And we have a application ready to go. Now, the question is, will we ever be asked to have small cells? I don't know. You know, it's kind of funny. Gina and I went to a Washington, D.C. Conference about a year ago. And I think it's kind of been sold to cities, and I don't know, maybe sold to cities that, hey, this is coming. Well, maybe it is to big cities, more rural cities, I don't know. We haven't really, since those 2 phone calls about 2 years ago, we really haven't had that kind of interest. However, and we have fiber coming in, like TDS fiber and other fiber, it's coming in. It's going to provide us very fast, very quick internet for our citizens. It's not going to be up on light poles, it's underground. So I don't know, but the reason that we do need this is if we don't have uniform aesthetic standards, a provider can come in and the federal government has preempted the local government's ability to say, no, you can't come in, so that they can come in. But if we don't have those standards, then they have carte blanche to do what they want. And so that is the reason and the purpose why we have to act. It's not a big fix. We're not asking for a big deal, but instead of putting a huge ordinance on the books, our encroachment license agreement will be for 10 years. It will follow along what we would have in any big ordinance that we enacted. It's about a 25-page agreement. So it's very thorough. We've vetted it with a very good, a couple of lawyers in Colorado. We feel very confident that we have what we need to do to go forward in this, but not knowing that maybe Billings, maybe Montana, I don't know, maybe Elon Musk, maybe it's all going to become satellite. I don't know. This could be obsolete before we even ever use it. But I hope that makes it more understandable for you.
Very good. Thank you, Stacy. Councilmember Nish, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. So, Debbie, I don't know if this is you or the attorney, however the answer, but here's a problem with this, and I'm hoping this is written in the ordinance somehow. As it was said, TDS came in, we couldn't do anything about it, we had to let them in, and they hired a company called, I believe CES is out there drilling all over the heights, breaking lines, causing troubles. Even my property, they dug 4 big holes that were almost 3.5 to 4 feet deep, and they left them there for weeks. I reported it multiple times. They didn't respond. I've gotten more complaints here even recently about some of the drilling. So what is it we can do to hold these drillers accountable when they're actually performing and doing things in our city? Can that be in the ordinance where maybe if these companies, because they're just a subcontractor, but that reflects on the company itself, is there anything we as a city can hold them accountable to that TDS hold them accountable, because CES is the company doing it and TDS doesn't do anything about it.
So, Councilmember Neese, there's a big difference between these facilities. TDS they're rolling out 500 miles of underground fiber, which is in people's front yards. So it's very disruptive, and it has been a difficult process. I would say we do have things in place that have helped us to get everything restored. It takes a little longer than we'd like, but we do have things in place, and we are getting that done slower, like I said, than we'd like, but it's getting accomplished. In that particular case, we use those permits, the right-of-way permits, to take care of those kind of things. This will fall under the same type of process. We'll have permits, we'll have standards. These will be on poles, so there's not going to be the underground quite the same disruption, and it won't be throughout every part of the city. So this will be quite a bit different, but yes, we do have standards, and yes, they will fall under a permit, and yes, we will have warranties and everything associated with them.
Okay, because as I look at maybe I'm looking at this incorrectly, but I'm seeing that they're going to be underground fiber cables run from pole to pole and things like that, which means that these poles are running in some of the front yards or things in the right of way in people's front yards. They're going to be doing the same thing that TDS is doing to a lot of property owners who don't have alleys, but where they have to run these cables out in front where there are neighborhoods without light poles, as Councilman Gulick mentioned. Now they're going to have to put poles up. They're going to have to drill holes and run lines underground. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to address this ordinance now, what can we do to ensure that we hold these installers accountable to make sure they treat the residents with respect and dignity on their property? And even though it's in the right of way, it's in their front lawn a lot of times, to make sure that there's a response. Otherwise, whether they're fined or some way to make them accountable to, because money always talks with these guys, so some way to make it happen. And it has to be, I would assume, in an ordinance that can be legally done through our city attorney.
So we have the ability to manage the right-of-way, and we do that through right-of-way permits. Those permits are administered by staff, and those do have conditions associated with those. So the terms of that fall under our standard modifications to the Public Works standards, and that's how we control those things. Everyone has a bond. Those contractors, we can go back on them any day and pull their bond and do that work ourselves or get it done ourselves and then have them paid for that. We haven't gotten to that point yet because we have not had a situation we were not able to resolve eventually. So those same conditions will apply here.
Yeah, I understand that. I appreciate I know you're getting probably a lot of calls yourself. I've got one more to send to you tonight, but the eventually part, the length of time is the issue that I'd like to see the more response a little quicker from these installers instead of leaving holes and mud holes and things like that around the city. But thank you for at least making sure this will be addressed when they go to put these in sometime in the future.
Okay, thank you. Chris, did you have your hand up earlier?
Only piece I was going to add to Councilmember Gulick's question is, though there are a lot of private utilities in the right-of-way, Debbie covered that, we do have a number of street light poles, probably thousands of them, right, in town, as far as lighting and traffic signals. So there are quite a few, but in addition to the right-of-way questions Debbie's answered, we do own potentially hundreds or several thousand places that they may be interested in doing it if the narrower system comes our way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, any questions for Debbie before we open up for public comment on this item? Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you. Debbie, I just did a quick search and I see all kinds of pictures of 5G towers that were put in right in the middle of a sidewalk. How do we prevent them from just plopping it right in the middle of the sidewalk where if you don't have a boulevard, you got a 5-foot sidewalk, and if they put this, looks like it's got maybe about a 2-foot footprint, how do we ensure accessibility on our sidewalks while still letting them basically have the run of the city, I guess, is what we have to do.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to meet our standards, and a lot of those things are done. And we have the same thing where people put a mailbox right in the middle of a sidewalk or something like that. We don't allow that. We are and that's what the 7-foot boulevard or the 7-foot curb walk and the boulevard is for, is to try to address those things. But no, they would need to find a way to still perpetuate those ADA accessibility or just anybody's accessibility really while installing that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Gillick?
Just to follow up on, so the resolution is, that's the piece where we would have the opportunity to put in design criteria or,
So.
and I'm sorry, and then, yeah, I'll let you answer that.
So the resolution and ordinance are both very, very short. They're both about a page long, and I'll get those submitted for the 11th, I think is the next date. They're very short, and what they do is they line out the requirements. So the resolution will say that we need to develop design standards. Those will be developed administratively. We do have those done. They're in draft form still, but they're done. And then the ordinance simply puts that one sentence that I showed in the presentation in the ordinance for encroachments. So then those encroachments fall under the same city code as all other encroachments.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that answers my question then in terms of, I want to make sure that we don't have just little mini versions of those big cell towers with, things all over them and stuff. It's something a little nicer looking since it's going to be close to where people are, so.
Okay, thank you. And there'd be like a 10-year term on these, I think Stacy said, is that right? On the agreement, only a 10-year?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, because things evolve and very important to be able to make improvements over time or changes.
Yes, Mayor, and it also has requirements to remove them if they're not being used. So we do address, clutter and congestion in the right of way, making sure that some of those facilities do come out if they're not used.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Anything else? Don't see any other hands, so thank you very much. We'll open it for public comment on item number 1. Would anybody like to be heard on item number 1 concerning small tower or small cell facilities? No one's coming forward. No one is online, so we'll close the public comment period on that item number 1. Chris, Debbie, I think that's the end of item number 1. I'm not hearing any requests for further clarification or direction for staff.
I want to make one quick comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, yes, Councilmember Treaky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. It's really important to understand that there's a change in how we're doing cellular data information when we go from broadband to narrowband. It means that we, instead of having like one tower every quarter mile, we're going to have 2 or 3 towers every block within a city. Now, it's going to be a long time before Verizon or T-Mobile moves into Billings and starts putting that kind of infrastructure in place. But the way that staff has come up with doing this is a very good solution for it. It sets in place a mechanism for us to watch what happens and react to it as it happens. But the one other point that I want to make is that because it's going to be a long time before the big organizations come in here, this is an opportunity for small local businesses to come in here and provide a narrowband 5G in like maybe the downtown area or out at the mall or other shopping areas where you're going to see a lot of people who have that technology available to them. Remember, every Android or Apple phone for the last 2 years has had the ability to take advantage of this. The thing is that right now it's really, really expensive for the Verizons of the world to sit there and roll out this narrowband. So this is a good step forward, and I want to thank staff for making it happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Treaky. The only comment I would make on this topic is that 5G has the opportunity to offer incredible speed for its users, and also greater access because of its ability to penetrate. So it is really the next generation. So the cities that develop a good 5G system are going to have an economic advantage for their businesses and for their individuals and their reputation. And so if Billings can position itself in a way that puts it at the forefront of the future 5G revolution, that could be a very, very good thing. Very large cities, it's a big risk, even though there's great demand, just because of the scale of the cities for these companies to do this in large cities. Conversely, in very small cities, there's just not the scale to justify it. So it's possible that cities like Billings are in a sweet spot that make for a very good, almost test case for how to do this on a larger scale in larger cities. So maybe this will be an area that could be part of Billings' future, which would be to our advantage. So with that, we'll move on then to item number 2, zoning text amendments. And Nicole Cromwell, our zoning coordinator, is our presenter. Nicole.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. About 3 weeks ago, almost 4 weeks ago now, I was in front of you with several text amendments, one of which caused a lot of debate and comment, and that was the amendment dealing with open space requirements in both mixed residential zone districts as well as in our planned neighborhood development process for parcels that are annexing to the city. So you said you wanted to have this discussion, a more lengthy discussion at a work session to try and figure out how we can adjust this ordinance to address those concerns and issues that you had with the draft that was recommended to you by the Zoning Commission. So, as I said, you considered the amendment on the 24th. You put it forward to this work session. It's still in first reading technically. And once we figure out how we can adjust this ordinance to address your concerns, we'll bring it back. We'll republish a notice for the continued hearing, first reading for this ordinance, probably in September sometime. So your biggest concern were the exemptions that were drafted into the ordinance for providing on-site open space in mixed residential zone districts, the definitions or the lack of definitions of publicly accessible open space and developed public parks, as well as requiring connection of new bikeways and trails and linear parks to existing public bikeways and trails. So that's kind of like the 3 high-level issues, but there were other issues that came up as well. We thought a good way to approach this is kind of to ask some policy questions and see how you want to either agree or disagree with those policy statements. And maybe not. Okay, now it's working. Thank you. So our first one is whether or not the planned neighborhood development process, open space, should be increased from 2% of the net area to 5% of the net area. And if the council agrees with that, we will keep that increase in the planned neighborhood development process amendment section to go from 2% to 5%. I don't think this was a big concern of the council, but I just want to confirm with you that that is an appropriate percentage, or have a discussion if you think it should be lower or kept at 2%. What we found over the first year and a half of allowing planned neighborhood developments as an annexation tool is that most exceeded the 2%, and the average was a little above 5%. So I think developers are already doing this. So if you wanted to up that number from 2% to 5%, I don't think you'd be upsetting the apple cart, so to speak, in the planned neighborhood development process. So Any questions on that? Do you want to discuss that before we move on?
Nicole, why don't you go through them all and we'll come back?
Okay.
And then that way we'll have a sense for how much time we dare dig into one. just
Okay.
By the big pictures first.
Okay, so here's the second one. In the mixed residential zone district and the planned neighborhood development section, we are proposing to require that all of that open space be developed. In other words, if you're going to have a green designated in your planned neighborhood development or in your mixed residential development, it has to have stuff in it. It can't just be a vacant field where you happen to put the stormwater when it rains. So I guess the policy question here is, do you want to always have those as developed space? And we're not talking about the natural open areas that are designated to protect an existing wetland or a stream or some significant natural feature. We're talking about places that are not designated for that. So if you agree, then we do require each one of those spaces to be developed as part of that plan. If you don't, and you want to allow some of those spaces to be not developed, then we'd have to amend the code to allow some undeveloped open space designated areas. Third question is, linear parks should make connections to portions of the existing heritage trail system or be parts of that system. If yes, we've drafted a code that says you have to connect to a public system if you're going to designate a linear park for your mixed residential zone or for your planned neighborhood development. I think this created a lot of discussion at the last meeting on the 24th. So this may be something that we have to come back to and have more discussion about. The idea of a linear park is that you can create one that's totally internal to your development, that's useful for your residents in that development, but probably would not be used by someone from outside the neighborhood or outside the development. The other type are ones that may have internal components, but are connected to a larger system, the Heritage Trail Program, or through the Bikeway and Trails Master Plan Program. The way we've currently written it says that you have to connect to on both ends. We could amend that and say you only need to connect to one part of the public system, or we could amend it to say you don't have to connect to any part of the system unless you want to. The fourth question is, exemptions to developed open space in the mixed residential zones should be offered. So we did have some exemption language in there that was of concern to the council. There were some undefined terms in those exemptions, and they're kind of broadly and generally offered. So there was a lot of discussion about, well, will it serve the same purpose as on-site open space? And some of those locations, the answer would absolutely be yes. It would serve the same purpose, completely accessible to the residents of that development, all times of the day. They don't, you know, it would be similar. It would be just the same as though a mom kicked the kids out of the apartment and said, go play. And she could look from her window, from her door, and see where they're playing from her window. Or you want to take the dog for a short walk, it's middle of winter, you want to go out, there's a dog park on site. So that's really easy to do. If there's one right across the street or right next door, you could use that place too. But it wouldn't be on that development. So that may not be a yes or no question, it may be a maybe question. So here's some existing multifamily NX zone developments, some of which are very close to public parks. So the Sandstone Apartments are right across the street from South Park. But they still have some small green space around those apartments for people, just to walk around or kids to just have an outdoor playtime. The Avenue C apartments are right across from the Avenue D Park. So they don't have any space on site, but there's a playground, there's places for picnicking right across the street. Brush Meadow Apartments has some small areas within the development for outdoor space, and they are not close to a public park. Directs Lane Apartments are right across the street from Bench Elementary. Bench Elementary has a full kids playground. I believe that that's accessible to the neighborhood. The Colton Heights development at Cohagen and 24th Street West is right across the street from the Catholic schools campus, but it doesn't have a public park close to them. They do have some outdoor spaces, but they're not developed for any recreational activities. There's no picnic benches, there's no shelters, there's nothing there really except just green area. So those are examples of what we do have now, and these are pre-recode developments. So you can see that some developments have some small green spaces, and some are directly adjacent to public parks that are accessible for those everyday type of recreational activities. It's not the big family reunion, it's not a pool party, it's like walking the dog, having the kids have a place to play that is safe and you can watch or see where they're at from the house or from your apartment. So, and I think this is the last one that we wanted to clarify with you, was that parks are compatible adjacent to arterials. So one of the concerns was, particularly in the planned neighborhood development process, the developers were putting public one zoning along arterials, and then right behind that putting neighborhood zones, which are not allowed to be placed against an arterial in our code. So it's kind of saying, okay, I'm going to put this linear park out here, and then I'm going to put up a fence, and then I'm going to put people's backyards right up against that fence. So you've literally cut the neighborhood off from the arterial, and you have a park area that may or may not have usefulness as open space. Of course, this is on 32nd Street West, and so there's this large boulevard, a sidewalk, and then another large boulevard. This is primarily because underneath all of that is a large public works facility that you couldn't build over anyway. So it's a big storm drainage system. So that's why that happened there. It wasn't designated as open space for those apartment buildings. It resulted from a utility that was under the ground. Arnold Drain from 24th Street West to the east between Alderson and Burlington is the same way. It's 100 feet wide. It kind of looks like an alley, but it's really just land the city owns that's on top of a very large storm drainage facility. Can't build on it. So those happen. But then we have Shiloh Road where we have that additional right-of-way that's been used to develop a multi-use path. So in some cases, parks adjacent to arterials are good because they provide that facility area for trails and bikeways. But using them in isolation may not be so good to avoid the prohibition of having neighborhood zones right against an arterial street. So I guess it's how they're allowed and how they're applied within the code. We could probably craft some language around it, but we need to know from you exactly how you want to deal with that. So the last question is, should we add definitions to the code? should we add a definition of developed public park? So if you're going to provide an exemption from providing on-site facilities, what does a developed public park mean? It doesn't mean Lampman Park, because there's nothing there. But could it also include a place that doesn't have picnic benches or a playground, but has trails and is a natural area? I think those are ideas that we have to figure out and put in a definition of what a developed public park is. And what is a public accessible open space? Would that include areas not owned by the city, but are owned by some other public agency? The schools? I'm not sure what their temperature is about allowing the public onto their playground areas or onto the school property when school's not in session, or when school's out after school. And maybe there are other terms that we haven't thought of that are not in the code that probably should be, especially if we craft new language around the exemptions. So that's pretty much the end of my presentation. These are just examples of areas of open space, different kinds of open space for mixed residential zones. We often have lots of words on our slides, so I thought pictures of what we're talking about would be important. So as you can see, like this mixed residential open space has eyes all over it from all directions. All the doors and windows face this open space. So it's very visible in and out of buildings. And similarly, those corner spaces, the small pocket parks or parklets, very visible from dwellings to see those spaces. So I'd be happy to take any of your questions and we can go back. And I do have your email, Mayor Cole. And if there are things in your email that we haven't covered or talked about, let's capture those as well.
Okay, Council, it's inevitable. We're going to have to go back and wrestle with each of those questions. And we'll just go back and start at the beginning, I would suggest. But before we get to that, are there any global, big picture, 30,000 feet questions for Nicole that anyone wants to pose before we try to take these one by one? Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I know it's hard to say historically, but generally, do most of these designations remain private, as in not owned by the city, or do they tend to get dedicated over to the city? And if they stay private, generally, how well are they maintained and how are they maintained?
Well, I would have to say that most of the ones in mixed residential areas are privately owned and maintained. And how well they are maintained is, anyone's call. We don't have any standards for maintenance other than don't let your weeds get over or your grass over 12 inches tall, and don't let your trees get out of control. I haven't, in my time here, seen where there was an open space area for an apartment or mixed residential area that got taken over. It's like, okay, we can't deal with this anymore. It's too much of a headache. So we're just gonna pave over it. It'll just be more parking. I've never seen that happen, but it could. Until now, when we have a code that says, here's your minimum that you provide on site. Here are your choices for providing that on site. And if you get rid of it, then that would be a violation of zoning. So we really only have had this requirement for on-site open space for a couple of years. So we don't have that much experience of, having to enforce it.
I guess if I could follow up, Mayor.
Sure.
Are we assuming that most of these developments will be rentals or homeowner association controlled? Because if they're not one of those two things, I'm unclear as to how it would get maintained.
Well, I think most of them will be.
Okay.
So in my own neighborhood, it's a mix. There's some of these small parks that are dedicated to the city and maintained through a park district. And then there are other ones that are not dedicated to the city, that they're owned by the homeowners association. And the homeowners association pays to maintain them and take care of them. They're basically just grass that people can use for whatever.
Mayor, I apologize. Every time Nicole talks, she raises another question for me.
Go ahead.
So how many how many how much do we expect is going to get dedicated over to the city and then maintained through a PMD? Do we have any way to even project or guess? Are we creating, by raising this amount of land and all that, are we creating a significant obligation for the city to maintain? Or do we think this will stay in private hands?
I think most of it will stay in private hands, primarily because the city's policy for accepting open space is that it has to be a certain size, it has to be able to be programmed for recreational activities. It can't be mostly just for stormwater control or management. So, and a lot of these options really lend themselves to small spaces that are not programmed, that are kind of open to the residents' decision of how they want to use them, whether they want a picnic table or a barbecue station or a dog park or what have you. So I think most of them are going to stay private.
Okay, then let's dig into, that's a good segue to the very first question. And council, as we go through these, if staff has made something of a recommendation, just as, so we have a starting point or a default, I'll try to suggest maybe what the, as I understand it, the staff's recommendation is, and Nicole can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least that becomes the starting point. On this one, staff seems to be recommending quite explicitly an increase from that 2% existing requirement in PNDs to 5%. And Nicole, want to know how we felt about that, because staff was recommending it based on our conversation at the last meeting. I guess my assumption is that that was more likely to get a green light than not, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. So, Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, can we go back to this, the slide with that question so we can address them one at a time like that? Thank you.
Yes, and there it is. Comments on Councilmember Ripsis does a thumbs up. Councilmember Shaw does also. But I said Councilmember Gulick's hand, Councilmember Burton's hand.
If you're taking a poll, I just don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were I was just saying you had a question.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, but we'll start with Councilmember Gulick.
Well, it's difficult for me to say, until, probably for any of us, I suppose, until you actually understand what are the, there's going to be a constant theme in my questions along the way, which is that well-designed spaces, I could think of examples in Rome or other places where probably 2% is all there is, but they're great and they're well used. I think what I'm looking for in general are, I'm not interested in kind of reducing density or in general. I think when you so having lots of yards that are kind of useless because they're just too small to be useful, like I'd like to see those go away, but I want to see that where there is open space, that it's very useful, programmed, and I don't know whether or not the 5% actually helps or not towards that end. It also does seem to me that it's probably not so much a function of the area of the property as it is more a percentage of the floor area, like when you have 4-story buildings versus 1-story buildings around an area, you probably want to have a little bit more of this programmed open space. So I'm just throwing more challenges into this, I guess. I don't have a real good answer. I would look to different new urbanist designed communities tend to have a lot of this stuff figured out. So I respect that usually I think would be very helpful and instructive. Yeah, but I almost feel like a floor area ratio or something like that, or just seeing some historic precedents would be helpful before I really felt like, yeah, 5% is the way to go. I bet there are a lot of really great places that are really walkable that are where 2% or maybe it's 3% would be just fine. So I'm not all in on 5%.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington, you had your hand up?
Yes, so I guess my point with increasing it to 5% is, one, you already said that we're at 2% and they're already doing it. And I'm going to go back to my mantra that I'm always saying, let the developer decide rather than put more restrictions on it. Because to me, increasing it to 5% could basically be restrictive. And with the cost of land, someone made a comment to me that parkland is basically $10,000 an acre. Now, how they came up with that number, I don't know, but in rental property, that adds $167 a month to the rent. I don't know how big the property is or anything. These are just some numbers that were given to me. So I would not want to increase the 2% if there's not really a reason to do that. And if, we talk about building denser neighborhoods, if we're using that land for, as Ed was talking about, is it 1 story, is it 4 stories? And what is that requirement? And I think developers will know who they're trying to attract. So I'm always for the market determining what the need is.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rupsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, the state law is 11% of the net area in either open space or cash in lieu. Is that?
Or a combination.
Or a combination, exactly. So at some point, 11% of the lot is going to be either developed in open space or contributing in cash in lieu. In my mind, it's much better to have those open spaces in the communities where people can access them very close to their homes than to have what usually turns out to be a very undervalued contribution to the city to be used at some later point to make a very minimal impact in larger regional parks. So my preference is to go with what we're seeing in the market right now, which looks like it's about 5% on average. And encourage that to continue and to have those spaces developed into useful assets for the community.
And I guess my comment on that follow-up is that with a subdivision, that 11% is triggered, but only if there's a subdivision. So we're talking about a situation where it's zero, well, not 0%, it used to be 0%, now it's 2%, which is only 1/5, or actually less than 1/5 of what the legislature established as a reasonable percentage, which is kind of stood the test of time, I guess, for 50 or 60 years. So to require 5% or half of what the legislature said is still a pretty good deal, I would say, for developers, because it's half of what the legislature determined for subdivisions. So I'm okay with the 5%. Councilmember Owen.
Okay, so let's just clear up this point. All PNDs are not subdivisions, right?
They don't have to be, no.
So not all of them are subject to the 11% requirement.
That is correct.
How many? Do you have a half, a third, 2/3? Like, what are we seeing?
Well, and some of them are mixed. Like they created a subdivision of a minor, and minor subdivisions don't dedicate any parkland. They're exempt. And then there's 5 large lots, some of which will be subdivided in the future, but some which will have just a master plan that's not a subdivision. But it looks like it and talks like it and walks like it. So those areas wouldn't have, unless we have a percentage in the P&D process itself, we could end up with 0 at the subdivision stage, which is the reason we had 2% in here to begin with. I think we vacillated on the working groups between, should it be 10, should it be 7, should it be 5, should it be 2? We said, let's start here. Let's start at 2%. 2% of 10 acres is, I don't have my calculator in my head, but it's a very small number, really. And if 10 acres is the minimum area that requires a planned neighborhood development, then, 2% of 10 acres is about a quarter acre. It's not a lot to say 10 acres of people can use this quarter acre space for their everyday recreational needs. So 2% is small. If you go to 5%, you're more like a half acre. And it doesn't have to be all in one piece. We never required that.
So, can I finish my question?
Yeah, please, Councilor Rowan.
So, I want to talk about the PNDs that would not trigger that 11%. Am I correct in understanding they would have no cash in lieu obligation?
I believe that is correct.
Yeah.
Except they can't do a unit ownership if that was not contemplated in the original subdivision of the parcel. In other words, there's like this catch-22 within the subdivision law that says that if you're going to do a unit ownership, which is not a subdivision, then you would have had to have contemplated doing that as part of the original subdivision of the land. So in other words, you'd have to do at least a one-lot subdivision and say, I'm declaring this a unit ownership in order to avoid that.
And that would trigger the 11%.
No, it still wouldn't trigger the 11%.
Let me
but at
just
least-
ask the question that I want to ask.
But the P&D would kick in if you're at 10 acres.
So, I agree that often cash in lieu contributions are wildly undervalued, but if valuation were addressed, I'm actually a strong proponent of cash in lieu, given the number of park infrastructure issues that we have around the community. So have we considered any sort of strategy here to allow them to blend? 3% open space, 2% cash in lieu. I mean, are we going to see a lot of PNDs that give nothing to the broader parks infrastructure and create a lot of little pocket parks that maybe don't get maintained, create code enforcement issues? I don't want us to have a bunch of niches of green space that aren't being used or aren't being maintained over time. And then we lose the chance also to invest in our larger regional and community parks.
We haven't considered that. One, because of I'm not sure it's within the statutory limitations of zoning to require we don't have a nexus.
Not required, just an option. Give them the option to blend.
Right. Never done that, and here's the director to say what.
If I could just chime in and add to what Nicole's saying, Councilmember Rowan, Mayor and Council, I think the thing that you should really consider if you were gonna start to talk about cash in lieu is that you're talking about extremely small amounts of money. The cash in lieu now that we receive on some subdivisions is an extremely small amount of money, even when you're talking about, a lot more than 6,000 square feet. So I think the thing that, and so if we're gonna start talking about a cash in lieu balance with this 5% and then trying to track that and collect that cash, I'm not sure you're gonna reach an efficiency or a benefit in that with those amounts of money. And parks could obviously talk about what they're doing now with the cash in lieu, but you're talking about very small dollar.
I'm not sure I'm being heard. I'm not disagreeing that the valuation is problematic. It would be great if we could address valuation. My bigger concern is we're going to have eyesores all over the community if we don't actually do exactly what Councilmember Gulick is saying and really make sure that those are high value spaces. And so I don't want us to go to the other side and create code enforcement problems or maintenance problems or a bunch of PNDs that are administrative problems because they're relatively small. So I'm worried, I'm a little worried that we're not thinking this through is all I'm trying to offer up for comment.
If I can just follow up with that, because it's certainly legitimate, although I don't personally recall seeing maintenance problems on these small lots because it's often just an important part of the marketing of their facility. But is there any reason we couldn't require in our zoning ordinance that once you develop it, you actually have to maintain it? That way we at least have some leverage in that case if we needed it. Or our site development rules, or someplace impose some sort of minimal standards.
I think you could, but you probably wouldn't want to put it in an ordinance. You'd probably want to put it in a resolution or, or into a part of our code requires a master site plan for a non-subdivision subdivision, a master site plan for unit ownership.
And if it's being annexed, of course, in an annexation agreement, we could do that.
Right, you could build it into that as well. One of the things that we did present to you before in the work sessions this past spring was the idea that the planned neighborhood development process, it needs to include more than just a color on a map designating a public one zone. That it should have at least a concept for the development of those designated areas. So, and it has to choose, it has to designate, is this a green? Is this a linear park? Is this a parklet? Is this a plaza? And if it's one of those things, show us a concept of how that's going to be built and what facilities are going to be in it or not in it. And, obviously, if it's going to be maintained by the HOA, that you have some sort of idea of how to create such a thing and maintain that parcel. So, these are kind of the devilish details that staff gets into on a regular basis. But of course, in a P&D, it's all annexation usually. We've only had one P&D, a parcel that's already in the city limits. So most of these are going to be annexations, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things in those P&D processes already.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rupsis, and if Councilmember Tricky or Nice are online and you had a question, we'll ask you to pose those questions after Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I think possibly the maintenance might be described under our existing subdivision regs. Section 23707 C talks about maintenance, specifically if it's dedicated to the public or if it's owned by the homeowners association. They're responsible for maintaining it, and the city can assume responsibility if they're not maintaining it and charge back the HOA for the cost of that corrective action. So I think those pieces might be addressed.
I just don't know if that's triggered only if there is a subdivision. Right. And we're dealing with a situation where there may not be any sort of subdivision. That's could be a concern. Councilmember Nice or Tricky, did you have any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I do. We're kind of getting into the development side of things, but I want to go back and bring it to the 5%. And yes, I'm generally in favor of the 5%, but I think two things were brought up that I had not considered. Well, one I had, and I've always talked about this, is when you have a higher density, you should have a higher percentage of green space and open space parkland for those dense units to be able to utilize. So I think Councilmember Gulick said it well, that we need to really look at that as maybe a trigger to even have a higher percentage point when it comes to, 4 or 5 story buildings or something like that, or you're building a large place downtown and you've got no place for those people to go to a park. I know the mayor would like to have a park built downtown, but so far no one's built it yet. But I think those are the kind of things that we need to watch on that. I think Councilmember Owen brought up some concerning issues as well, because the more land we take in, then the more land potential liability and option for the parks having to maintain it. As Councilmember Rups has just said, if they're not maintaining it correctly, then we have to take it over. And yes, there probably will be charged for it, but then that's again more staff, more the city that has to do it. So I am a little concerned on that we get the land comes in, and I was glad to hear you say that there has to be some design standards and they have to dedicate, part of the development as we get into next. But generally, I'm in favor of the 5% or more if there's higher density, because I don't believe some of these areas where there's lots of apartment buildings, there's enough room for a lot of the kids to go out and play. They're playing in the parking lots, and even though the original park close by, they need something right there.
Okay, thank you. We'll need to move on pretty soon to the second question. Do we have a majority for or against this 5% number? Councilmember Boyette gave us a thumbs up, I think, in favor of the 5%. We know Councilmember Parrington expressed opposition. Councilmember Shaw also. Councilmember Gullick's keeping his powder dry for a later day. Councilmember Owen and Joy, if you're counting noses.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I think the 5% is okay. I know that there was a lot of work when this was written, trying to figure out what would be good. And the issue that was, I think, trying to be addressed is having a high-density bunch of apartments and nowhere for kids to play in. That's where the discussion really started. How do we start to really address that? Excuse me. Whether, I don't recall anyone ever suggested that a higher density meant a higher number, but maybe that's somewhere we should go. But I'm not sure we're ready to do that either without any more sense of whether that would, as Councilmember Owen had said, put us in a spot of having a lot of maintenance or having a regulation in order to really force maintenance of the PND open space. So I'll support the 5%.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Trickey or Councilmember Shaw.
I just wanted to add one thing that I feel like we haven't really talked about, but in my mind, increasing this from 2% to 5% should incentivize more density, because if you're having to dedicate a larger portion of land as green space, you're going to have to add more units, in theory, to make up that difference. So that's kind of where I'm coming at it from and thinking about it, is that I can see this as, well, instead of that apartment building being 2 stories, it's going to be 3, and we get more housing out of it that way. And I like that angle.
Okay, thank you. Councilmembers Trickey or Owen, any comments before we move on to the second question?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are so many variables in this, it is really hard to put a flag and nail down any of them. I have to say that one of the reasons why I don't like this idea is because it's kind of answering the whole issue around 4-story versus 1-story and needing to have, like a transition period between 1 and 4 stories. And it's kind of addressing that issue. I don't think we need that. On the other hand, I really, really, really believe in open space in areas where lots of people are living. And there are a lot of different complicated things that people have brought up in terms of how we deal with that, how we make it happen. One of them being, we need to have a comprehensive plan on how all of these different green spaces are connected and how anybody can walk out their front door and be able to get to one fairly quickly, within a couple of minutes and whatnot. But that doesn't necessarily mean requiring that it happens in a planned neighborhood or any specific subdivision development. So it's very complicated, and honestly, I don't have the long-term, bigger picture answers to all of those different type of questions. I do, however, believe that if we don't set aside space, that space goes away, and it becomes a lot harder to create green space when you have to tear down buildings in order to make that happen. I do not believe that the 5% is too large of a number. I think it's a good interim step, but I do not believe by any stretch of the imagination that this is the end of this conversation. There's a lot more work that needs to be done. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're ready to move on to the second question. Councilmember Ripsis?
Just real quick, Mayor, thank you. I wonder if we just need to copy that section from the subdivision regs that talks about the maintenance into this section as well for those cases where there isn't a subdivision. just to say that, this is something that we are concerned about and want to make sure maintenance is covered.
We'll see if we can incorporate that. But I think the consensus now is that 5% is okay.
Yeah, and I agree. That's a good point by Councilmember Rupsis. We want to have consistent language as much as possible. So the second question then is, I'm sorry, Councilmember Giller.
But could we see this, some sort of policies for other communities that have been grappling with this issue for a long time and that we think are doing a good job with it? What are they doing in terms of their open space policies? Again, I get back to this, I want quality, not quantity of space. Like, I think, I absolutely want to have we don't have any reason for kids not to go outdoors. Like, we want them to have good quality places. I just don't want to have a bunch of useless open space. That's the main thing. And so, and I am interested, in making sure that we aren't putting an impediment to affordability by putting in a requirement for useless open space. So, thank you.
All right.
Nicole, do you have any answer about what other communities are doing on this topic?
Well, mostly I look at their ordinances because they don't really publish policies. So Bozeman, which is not affordable, has a square footage per unit, per bedroom. And things that are counted as part of that could include things like your private patio space, which is not open to everybody in the development, but can count towards that square footage per unit, per bedroom. It's very complex. It's also in a unified development ordinance that includes all the subdivision, all the site development, all the zoning in one part of the code, whereas our code is subdivision is separate from zoning and separate from site development. So this is, trying to do all things with the zoning may, make it too complex. But I can certainly look at some other communities that are not so unaffordable and see what their open space for new neighborhoods is. I think most of them just fall back on the subdivision requirements. But I'll look for other ones that have it in addition to that, or if you dedicate this much when you annex, then your subdivision dedicates less when you do subdivide. Look for those kinds of ordinances, bring those back to you.
Okay, I think that would be very valuable. So the second question then is if there or when open space is set aside, do we want to require that it actually be improved? I'm going to stick my neck out and say that we probably say yes. So let's assume the answer to that is yes, but it's never as simple as that. So let's get into the weeds of this open space with a little more detail. Councilmember Gulick?
I mean, I think this gets to the quality, not quantity piece. I think we really want to have useful open space. Maybe not, we're not necessarily requiring a lot of it, but that which we do have should be very useful and highly programmable. So I do support this.
Okay, Councilor Rowan?
Nicole, do you feel like the language that you've provided gives you some sort of, for lack of a better term, common sense discretion? Because I don't think a scenario in which there are, let's say 2 quarter-acre parks with one bench stuck in the middle of them constitutes developed. So do you feel like what you've put in front of us gives you the ability to say, develop it for something useful, don't just stick a bench and a light in there and call it good?
Well, it could be useful. It depends on where it's located. Are there?
That's what I'm asking, is
Right.
do you have the discretion in here to say that meets a developed standard or that really doesn't? Or if they did literally any development, would it have to be accepted under the regulation that you've proposed?
Right, so for a parklet or a greens in the draft ordinance, it gives examples of what what activities could happen there. But all of those activities can happen on a space that's just grass that's irrigated and maintained. So like the picture on the slide here is just grass and irrigated and maintained. And people use it for everyday recreation. Kids play out there, or you have organized events like this one on the screen, or you could have an even more organized thing where you have tents put up and there's some sort of carnival that happens one day a year. And all that can happen on a space that is just grass with maybe some trees. Some of these green spaces also have a developed, a playground equipment, a sandbox, a seesaw, something. I think the utility of a space has more to do with how it's located within that development. So if it's off to the side at the end of a dead-end street where there's really only one window that faces that green space, the development of that sort of space would have to be a lot more in order to make it safe and usable.
Nicole, you're not actually answering what I'm asking.
But
Does
I
this
don't-
regulation give you the ability to say, yes, that's developed, no, that's not developed? Or do you have to accept whatever amount of development they do? So if I have a 1/4 acre and I do nothing more than stick a single bench in it and walk away, can you say, no, that's not developed? Or must you say, yes, that is?
Well, I don't know for sure because I've never had this in the code yet. Really, all that I have in the code now is say, show me a space that is designated as your open space for this mixed residential development.
So Nicole, if I can put words in your mouth, isn't the case that this ordinance as drafted really doesn't provide that level of specificity? And that's a very legitimate concern. However, because it's a PND, there would be a planned development agreement.
Only for the P&D, I'm talking about the mixed residential.
Oh, in the mixed use,
So it's already
okay.
been annexed, it's already zoned, NX1, it's 10 acres or whatever. And right now, lots of people interpret the language different ways, but basically it just says, show me an open space that's either a green, a parklet, or a natural area, and we can call it good. I can't really even at this point say, is it gonna be irrigated? Is it gonna be just a mowed area that's just natural?
So I think there's general agreement, isn't there, that we need some standards about what developed means. And I'm not proposing anything specific, but that does seem to be some basic level, especially on the issue, what I would point out of the natural areas, because that's one of these park options. And I think the assumption is it's really cool space. It's got a creek running through it, but there's nothing in here that specifically says it has to be really cool. And just a bunch of grass is a natural area, and I think that's not the idea here. So,
Well, it needs to be designated so it protects an existing feature of the land. So like Cove Creek, for example, has a really cool natural area on both sides of it. And, there's kind of a ad hoc walking path on one side of it, which is really just the Cove Ditch maintenance line. So that's a kind of example of a natural area that this code contemplates.
because it's usable, there's a trail, there's kind of a neat
Right.
natural space, the drainage ditch, which might have waterfowl in it or something like that. It's not going to be easy, but it seems like we've got to be able to define the cool factor in a natural area.
Well, I'm not sure you could put that in a code.
You don't like,
I
you don't like cool? I didn't say it's going to be easy. Roy? Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, the answer to the question is yes, I do believe development is important and needs to be in there, so I would agree with that. But I think later on, we're going to talk about questions about do we need definitions, and I hate to answer that now, but yes, we need definitions, and we may have to define things as far as, is this park developed as a level 1, 2, or 3, making sure like, maybe level 3 is a full playground and stuff, but maybe level 1 is just, a park bench, as Councilmember Owen is talking about. So I think it's important when the developer goes into this, they need to know what kind of requirements they're gonna have in there, and we, as a council, needs to know what we're approving, and what type of park may be going in there, what level it may be. And I would disagree with the description you gave of this natural park, of this creek going through, that because there's some kind of maintenance trail there, that's a trail. That's not. You're going to have a very difficult time with someone with disabilities going down a trail like that. And so if there is a natural trail built there, I think it should be accessible to everyone. And then some type of trail needs to be put in there, a pathway that people can actually use it and appreciate it, and not just people who can, step over the mud holes or sinkholes or 2 tracks or whatever may be there. I don't know what area you're talking about, but again, so it has to be a development standard, even for those natural areas that are natural. They don't disrupt the area. You don't want, but you do want to have it, make sure it's accessible to everyone. So yes, the answer is yes, developable, but I think we need to get into the details of what that means in the definitions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Puritan. Councilmember Ripsis?
So Nicole, why is the storm drainage area, which is required, how come that is not considered as parkland or open space? Or can it be?
If it's a small part, and if it serves some utility for the open space, I believe that's the Parks Department's choice on that. We have not, in the planned neighborhood development, or we haven't seen any in mixed residential, we have not said that that's not useful as part of your public one zoning. So, for example, Ridgeline Development at 48th and King, they have a stormwater facility in parts of their public one zoning. But it also serves as connectivity between the neighborhood. We've also seen that in the development at the corner of 54th and Rimrock. So there's already a natural drainage point at that corner. They're going to take advantage of that and use part of that for their stormwater facility. But because it's such a large part of that open space designation, it can't be dedicated to the city as parkland. So the Parks Department has all of those kind of very fine details already worked out as far as what parkland dedicated space is acceptable and what's not to the city.
So who maintains those?
Because it's privately owned, it would be maintained by the developer, either through an HOA fee or there's some discussion of just having a stormwater SID that everybody pays into that maintains that facility for the whole subdivision.
Okay, because I did not realize that area that you were talking about on 32nd, that wide space is because that's a stormwater drainage. So I don't know if you can't, it's natural, I suppose, or is there conduits, pipe underneath that's?
Yes.
So you can't put anything on top of it?
Right, exactly.
Like nothing?
No. I mean, as you can see from that picture, there was trees in the
Right.
boulevard, and there were some trees that are closer to the structures, but basically, you can't put anything over the top of it.
So what is that separation then? Because you said, some are building fences up against it and then the homes are looking away from the arterial. I guess that may be a different
Right.
question coming up, but I just thought that was interesting because I always thought it looked kind of nice, but.
Right. Well, a lot of people would think that the park that was out in front of Forest Park subdivision on Grand Avenue is nice, but there are some that don't maintain any of that space outside their fencing. You can see a lot more examples of that around the community than the Forest Park example. So that's a different question. But development, so you would like to see, from what I'm hearing, is that you think all this space that we're asking for, either in P&Ds or in mixed residential development, should be improved, and that we should have some basic definitions of what constitutes improvements for each type of open space.
And Nicole, I have not heard anybody say anything inconsistent with that. The degree
Okay.
may be subject to debate, of course, but Councilor Ripsis, and then we'll try to move on to question 3. It'd be really nice to wrap this item up before our 7:30 break time.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering about timing. The annexation map we just adjusted has 2 large parcels that are going to be P&Ds. They'll come into the city being annexed over 10, 15, 20 years. How does this requirement to develop open space meet up with the P&D process that might unfold over decades, making sure that people have something useful in the relative near term?
Well, the annexation always starts with the first phase. And I haven't seen any yet that have all of that designated open space in future phases. It always has at least some in the first phase. I think that as far as the more details on the development of that open space would come at future phases and annexation triggers. But the concept can be all looked at the beginning. Just like we look at the annexation agreement and we look at the P&D, the entire zoning plan, the entire basic street network layout at the beginning. We should be able to look at that open space concept at the beginning.
Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you. So would we be able to do something like if you're going to come in, say, over 3 phases, we're going to see the entire P&D plan for a P&D type thing. And, at least some portion of that must be in the first annexation. And, the phase 2 can't proceed until the first phase is developed. Do we have that kind of piece in the annexation agreements that you can't move forward with phase 2 until you've actually developed the things that you said we're going to do under phase 1? Or you can get credit if you did, 5% or 8% in phase 1 and you knew phase 2 was going to be a little less.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the development of that open space in phase 1. Exactly. Not all of the development, but I suppose we could put that into an annexation agreement. And we put it into SIAs as well. So it certainly is something that we could add into an annexation agreement for a P&D.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Joy, then we'll move to the 3rd question.
Yes,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Neese, if you had your hand up, we'll.
I'll go after Councilmember.
Okay, Councilmember Joy.
thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Neese. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would say that beautiful grass there, that people see as very useful, is very highly and takes a huge amount of water, takes a huge amount of pesticide and herbicide. It is not really what Montana is. If you go outside of where you can irrigate, you don't see much of that. A natural area, I would like to say the natural park that's in Briarwood. I spoke to people about parks and they said, don't touch it, because they love their natural area. The deer come up out of it, the deer go back in it. They love that. It isn't green. They aren't irrigating it. It isn't covered in pesticides. It doesn't have herbicides thrown all over it. It's a natural area. And one time a constituent came up and commented about me saying birds and butterflies, talking about birds and butterflies. I will always talk about birds and butterflies, and they don't go to that green spot because there's nothing for them there. So natural areas are very important, and I would never undervalue them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dees.
Thank you, Mayor. I really want to echo what Councilmember Rupsis brought up because it was on my list and I didn't get to it. But I really agree, and I think that the timing of the development of the park that they set aside is very important. That when they develop the X number of houses, or if they have phase one and they're 50% done, that park should be developed. Whatever they said they were going to do in the definitions and stuff like that, because those people are living there waiting for this whole organization to be developed out, and they've got nothing. And so I think there does need to be triggers in making sure that the developer does build that park out and build it out sooner than later. If not, at 50%, you have to have 50% of it developed. And then when you're, again, completed phase one, you got to have that park that you set aside developed for phase one completed. And to your point, Nicole, if they dedicate all three phases into phase one, I would not expect them to build out all, 5% of the, 160 acres, even though they only brought 80 acres in. That's not what we're talking about. Whatever that phase amount is would be the requirement to be developed by the end of phase one. That up to 5% would have to be completed before they can move on to phase two. And I don't know where we can make sure that's written in there, but I think that's very important, what Tom brought up. And we need to make sure that's in the language somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Council, let's move on. Just kind of our timing, we've spent almost an hour and 10 minutes, all very good discussion, very important. But we've got a lot on our agenda. We've got about 3 or 4 more of these questions in front of us. Third one was about linear parks. And as currently drafted, the ordinance would give the developer credit for connecting a gap, filling in a gap in existing developed trails on the Heritage Trail Plan. There's 2 questions there. One is, does it have to be just filling in a gap? Shouldn't it be okay if you're just extending a trail? And then, well, there are other issues as well. I forget what they are exactly, but Nicole, again, frame this for us quickly.
Okay, so a linear park, as currently drafted, must connect or be identified in the bikeway and trail master plan in order for it to get credit, either in a mixed residential zone development or in a P&D. So the question is, can we allow linear parks that are not identified in the bikeway and trail master plan? Let's say it's a development that's nowhere near any part of that master plan system. It doesn't have the ability to connect to it. Is it okay to allow a linear park in one of those development types that may just connect out to a street or connect over to another neighborhood or just be the walking path for the neighborhood? I guess a good example of that is the Ironwood subdivision has a linear park that goes throughout the whole subdivision. It's not coming to mind any other examples that has that kind of internal linear park system, but there might be other places that also have that. Examples where it's useful and safe, because places that put linear parks in a tunnel between 2 backyard fences obviously are not as safe because nobody can see what's happening on that trail that goes behind people's houses. So, yes, right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nicole, let me throw this out, Council, just as a starting point. What if we, if the ordinance was clear in making sure the developer could get credit for either filling in a gap on something on the trail plan, since we've already made that decision that that's very important, they should be able to get credit for that, filling in a gap or extending that trail, because again, as a community, we've made the decision that those are important trails, but then allowed for some level of discretion for staff to give credit for a developer for other linear trails that fulfill some sort of important community transportation need. General language, leave discretion for staff to work that out with the developer. So they're guaranteed credit if it's on the plan, but it's up to staff to work it out if it's not. But we don't close that option out as a proposal. Councilmember Roses.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess in my mind, it's the linear trails in like Ironwood and Olympic Harvest Parks are very different than a developer saying, we want our linear park to be along Grand because we want to put an extra 20 feet of grass there, and it's just the multi-use trail that we would have to put there regardless of anything because that's how we develop our arterials right now. So somehow we need to differentiate between those, because even though, that developer might be putting in that trail along Grand, making a connection between two different spots that have been previously disconnected, it's valuable, but in my mind, that doesn't count or shouldn't count as a linear park. Especially, I would much rather credit like the Ironwood development that even though it doesn't connect to anything out exterior, it's a much better asset for that particular neighborhood and community.
And Nicole, can't we just exclude things that would be required anyway as part of our site development, which those kind of transportation corridors would be required, that you don't get credit for what Councilmember Rupsis was describing?
Certainly, you can craft some language in there, and it basically says if you're required to do these right-of-way improvements that include a boulevard and a multi-use trail, or a boulevard and a sidewalk, adding additional land on the backside of that on private property is only useful if it's actually developed or adjacent to another similar linear park. So making that connection. So if it's just extra space, then it may not be acceptable as a linear park.
Okay, questions, comments on this topic for Nicole? Councilmember Rowan?
I think I would just echo what the mayor suggested, that we sort of have other important connections. If there is, a development where the trail perhaps provides a safe route to school that isn't on the heritage trail system, that might be worth considering. I think there does need to be a little discretion. I guess I'm a little concerned that the internally looped only might rule out some things where there really is a good reason to have an internal trail. If you had two parklets at the end of a sort of long angular division, you might want an internal trail that connects, and that would be a perfectly good use of open space. And so I would, I think, advocate for some discretion in this and not be too heavy-handed.
Sure. And I have the mayor's language. I think that can fit into that.
Okay, any further discussion on this item, number 3, and Councilmembers Tricky and Neese, I can't see you, so you'll have to speak up. Councilmember Gulick, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you.
I do have a question I'd like to ask later, or talk later.
Okay, very good. We'll go to you after Councilmember Gulick.
So yeah, I think to Councilmember Owen's point, I can think of some good examples of some linear parks like Village Homes, and Davis is kind of a famous example that also integrated the stormwater. But I can't say I'm really keen on the Olympic Village one, just because it seems concerning from a SEPTED perspective, and also that takes people off the street, and anyhow. So I think the discretion is appropriate then. So given that I can't come up with something.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm not real keen on having linear parks, at the discretion of the staff, only because I think that when we start talking about arterials, like Councilman Brooks's, I think there should be a prohibition on that pretty much. I don't like the way it's been, I don't like the way it's been used. And I think it may continue to be used at discretion. But I do think there needs to be some ability, maybe under a special review, that would have to come to council for approval. For instance, if you're connecting two subdivisions and you're going to put a trail there, or along some type of natural park, and you're going to have a linear trail along there. And there are some good reasons to have those where they wouldn't be connected. They may be internal, but I don't think that, we want to make sure, maybe if it's along an arterial, it has to come to council for special review, something like that. But I think there needs to be some protection of it's just not being utilized to maximize, you know, the land to get there as many units, you know, 4-story units in like they did along 32nd there, so.
Okay, Councilor Purington?
I'm just going to echo with pretty much what the mayor said and Councilman Member Owen and Gully, is that I do think that there needs to be some discretion with these, because with the number of subdivisions that are going up, I don't know that they're all going to tie into the Heritage Trail anyway. We've all heard about some requiring sidewalks that go nowhere. And I do believe that that's, you know, that's a very, I won't say it's real common, but it does happen. So I think some of that discretionary use of the language would be good. I don't know how far it goes. I don't know if the special review is quite the way to go, but maybe I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Council, let's move on then to the fourth item, dealing with exemptions. So we've been talking about what the developer would have to do. Now we're talking about what they how they could get off this hook if they live or the development is nearby something. Part of me doesn't like that, because it's just like it's a complete get out of jail free card just by their location, which will add value to those properties. Maybe that's not all bad. Concept, I understand. If you're right next to a park, why should you have to put in more? Although there's still value, I suppose, to having immediate on site. So I'm a little torn about this. Nicole, what did we miss on this? How do you want to frame it?
Okay. So this exemption is only applicable to mixed residential developments. It doesn't apply in the planned neighborhood development process. In order to get out of that percentage requirement in the P&D process, you would have to ask this council for a variance to do less than the soon-to-be 5%, to do something less, or to do none. And that would be up to this council to decide and weigh whether that's appropriate or not. So this exemption only applies for already zoned property, already annexed to the city. It's already going to be a mixed residential development. It could be 300 patio homes, or it could be 300 apartments in 3-story buildings of, 10 buildings. So 30 apartments per building. So the exemptions, as currently drafted, are allowed if the parcel is within the furthest distance of any structure on that parcel would be a half a mile or less to a developed public park, or in a subdivision that dedicated public park land already through a subdivision process, or a publicly accessible open space area. So those are the kind of the 3 exemptions. Now, the council on the 24th said a half mile is too far away. There were also concerns about how accessible that is. Is it really have the same utility to say, Joe and Jane can walk a half a mile to Pioneer Park and play in the playground, but I can't see them from my house at 30th and Avenue F. That's not, has the same utility as if there's a little playground in the courtyard of my apartment building where they can go and play and I can keep an eye, and everybody else in our development can keep an eye on those kids. So that is kind of the crux of the exemption. Does the exemption serve or allow the same sort of usefulness of that public open space as to the private open space that could be on that parcel? So let me see if I can. So here's examples, pre-recode, no requirement to dedicate or have kind of public, social, recreational open space on these parcels. Some of them have those spaces available, but some of them don't. But they're close to a public park. So think about whether so for example, the Avenue C apartments, think about if this would be qualify for an exemption if there were no apartment buildings there now, and somebody brought this in and said, hey, there's this really nice public park. It's within X number of feet of these apartment buildings. And so I don't think I need to provide the same sort of recreation or open space on my parcel that's right there. Or I'm in, let's see, I can't remember which one of these dedicated parkland, but anyway.
Okay,
So these are just examples.
Great. Councilmember Gill, Councilmember Rupsis?
Going to go full circle to an earlier discussion we had. I think actually I think you can get the exemption for being close to a park if there's a meaningful cash in lieu. And that makes sense at that point.
Especially if the money had to go into that facility to create a playground or something like that.
Because there's no point in just having money going into things that aren't going to be used, or if they are going to be used, then there aren't kids going to those parks. Like I think let's again focus on quality and not quantity. Is there a mechanism that we can use that would actually? I'm not saying that what we have right now that we have that in place, and so I know this is maybe not necessarily an easy answer, but meaningful cash in lieu, I think, is in my mind a reason to allow an exemption.
Councilmember Rupsis, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I wonder if this is something that we could do through an administrative relief. I just wonder about the way, if we'd ever be able to specify any exemptions to any valid degree, that it could just be in the ordinance. So if it should just be, is it something that, staff can say, yes, we agree that this park is actually a facility that will be known and used in this particular location. Keep going back to this Avenue D park. The Elks Lodge, I think, is it's 2,600 feet from the furthest point to Avenue D. That's the closest park to that spot. Avenue D barely qualifies, I think, as a developed park. There's a 1970s swing set there, I think is all there is. So maybe it would qualify, but again, you'd have to cross Grand at either 9th or 10th where there's no light. So I don't even know that should qualify. And so I keep going back to, I think there's going to have to be some human intelligence here that says, yes, there's enough of a tie between this potential property and this developed park, and that it's a value and a benefit. So I'd like to see just an option for administrative relief under these conditions.
Okay. So we could write it in and say exemptions may be granted only through administrative relief. And here's the criteria for administrative relief.
Yeah, and I think distance is a good, but it's going to be hard to be, hard and fast about that, not having to cross arterials, easy access to it. I think those are the types of things that you'll have to look on a property by property basis to really see if it qualifies.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The example is given with Avenue C and Avenue D apartments, or C and D apartments, whichever. But in the Midtown area, there are a lot of parks. And the Elks building is a redevelopment. When we're thinking about this, shouldn't we be thinking about those areas of the city that are developing farther from the Midtown area, and what parks are available to get this exemption? I mean, if you're talking about developed parks and you're talking about Grand and 54th, unless Ben Steele qualifies as a park, where's your nearest park? So I don't think that we had to put a lot of work into this when we look at areas that want to be developed, like in the Heights. I'm not maybe as familiar, but I imagine there's parts of the Heights where they're developing, and they'd never qualify for an exemption because there's no park there. So I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this exemption. There are certain areas of the Midtown and other areas where it may apply, but to a lot of areas farther east and west, I'm not even sure that you'd come up with an exemption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my voice of support.
And Councilmember Muniz.
That I agree having some exemptions with an administrative process. I much prefer that versus those things coming to council when we don't have all the information or the expertise to always make those decisions. Just for reference, I looked up, I live about half a mile from Pioneer Park. That doesn't seem too far to me. That we go there all the time, and I have 2 young kids, so I'm okay with that distance. But to the mayor's first point of, I don't think we just let developers off the hook. It's not that they have to contribute nothing. It's just that we beef up the cash in lieu policy so that, and say, this is going to be your park. We're going to use this money to, upgrade the playground or whatever. But I don't like the idea that they just get written off because we need this park development obviously all over the city. And this might be a way to fund it.
Thank you, Councilmember Muniz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not really keen on getting a lot of the exemptions on something like this, but I do know there could be some cases. One of the key things I want to make sure is that we don't start talking about allowing or considering school parks as, an exemption, because until we get the school district to say yes, the public is free and welcome to come use our parks, and maybe they are okay with that, and then you would maybe consider something like that. But I think there is administrative relief could be a good solution. I don't know if that would ever come to council. We would see the fact that you're making this exemption for them. I'd like to know more about the process if we're using administrative relief and if that's the way we go. But I think some of the key things have been brought up is, across arterial streets. Yeah, I'm not going to send my kid to cross the street, to do that. I would have to, like Councilmember Shaw would say, is I'm going to have to take my kids, load them up in the car, and drive them across the street for them to go play. And then I would be there to watch them the whole time in the park. It's not going to be a parklet where I'm looking out my window and watching them play. And so, and that's more than they're funding a regional park. And so, that's kind of what some of the park funding is for. So I don't know if this whole idea of getting them out is now they don't have to fund their little neighborhood parks. Maybe that's the case. And I know a lot of us has talked about, yes, do this if we have beefed up cash in lieu. That's all controlled by the state. We don't have an option. So yes, our legislative committee can continue to meet with the legislator to try and beef that up, but that would be the way to do that, because it's not going to happen through city council. We can't beef that up that I know of. At least that's what we've been told. So I'm leery on moving on exemptions. I'm concerned, and I am concerned a half mile is too far. I think quarter mile would be max, just depending on, again, the crossing arterial streets, some of those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. And here I'll just comment, Councilmember Muniz, on your last point that you're right we could not mess with the legislative requirement for cash in lieu in a subdivision context, which is where that pops up. I think we're talking about something outside the subdivision context. So as long as we don't violate constitutional prohibitions, i.e. we can show a connection to the development and rough proportionality, would probably be okay, but that's why Gina gets the big bucks to tell us what we could and couldn't do there.
Mayor, thank you for clarifying that, and I would like to, I guess, just to clarify also, Gina, this is regarding only the annex property, which is higher density property, which again, I think is important to make sure we have parks near that areas as well. So. Okay,
thank you. Council, we should move on to the last questions, but I'm just going to guess that on the issue of definitions, that yes, we would need some concept of what it means to have a developed public park and what publicly accessible open space is. Namely, probably there needs to be some legal right for the public to be there. And if the school district 2 did not want people on its property, that would not qualify. But just because it's privately owned, if there's a public access easement, then that would probably qualify, but we'd need some definitions there. Before we go on to the last question about are parks compatible if they're adjacent to arterials, which we've already addressed a little bit. Wyeth, you had comment.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to add to the discussion on the exemptions, and Nicole talked about some of this. I think it's really important. What I'm hearing from you all makes me think we shouldn't have an exemption, partly because I guess what's really important is that, and Nicole kind of mentioned this earlier in the discussion of that, is that the idea is, are we providing the open space for the project that's developing, like, are we meeting that need basically at that location? And I think the issue, and we talked about this internally as well, is, when you start to look at outside of that, oh, there's a park over here. Okay, yeah, there are great parks. There's very, very beneficial parks. But are we able to still then with that meet the need of the development right at that location and that proximity? So I guess, and keeping, if there was going to be exemptions, keeping them extremely simple. And so I guess part of what I'm hearing tonight, and we'll talk about this internally some more for what we come back, is I'm not sure the exemption, I'm not sure it's something we should go down that road. Maybe we just say, no, at NX, you have a certain amount, you provide it internally. It doesn't matter if there's a park nearby, it's a public park, that's great, but we're still trying to make sure you're meeting the need at the location. So I am a little concerned of some of that discussion, because it sounds like even with the administrative kind of relief side, it's overcomplicating maybe something that we're wanting to make sure we're meeting the intent of that space for those residents. So anyway, just wanted to add that we're really focused on that.
Okay, thank you. So we'll leave that one. Council, we're a little bit past our break time, but we don't want to come back to this. The last question involving should developers ever get credit for developing, I guess it'd be linear parks, typically along arterials. We've talked about it a little bit. What else? And Nicole, do you want to frame that any differently?
I think we put some definition around it a little bit, insofar that we said, if you're already required to dedicate right-of-way and put in that multi-use trail or the boulevard sidewalk along that arterial, adding on to that in other words, we should close the loophole that allows the designation of P1 linear park along an arterial to avoid having N neighborhoods right up against arterials, instead of doing, what makes sense along arterials, which is the most valuable piece of your property, unless you're a residential developer, and then you say, I can't put houses up there, right? So either a mixed use zone or a neighborhood office zone or a mixed residential zone along those arterials creates the value, creates the street space that slows the traffic, that makes it a whole space. Now, it's going to look strange on places that are checkerboarded out into the county, because you'll drive along and pass 2 miles of wheat fields or beet fields, and then all of a sudden you're in the city again. And then you get past that and you're out in the county again. But it starts to create that pattern of street and space that says this is an urban place.
Okay.
So, I'm just saying that I would agree that linear parks, unless they're part of the trails and master plan, would not be acceptable along arterials.
Okay. Council, I'd be hesitant to have some sort of prohibition, blanket prohibition. A lot of our parks are on arterials for good reason. They're highly visible. That transportation corridor along an arterial is really valuable. And if even if we carved out, we didn't give credit, as we probably shouldn't, for just putting a trail where you'd have to have a trail anyway, there's a difference between a 10 or 20 foot trail and a 100-foot deep trail or natural area or whatever you want to call it, park along an arterial that just looks a lot better and is a lot more usable that we might want. I'd hate to see us just rule that out just because it's along an arterial. But any sort of other sideboards we would want to put on this, other than don't give credit if they'd have to do it anyway? Anything else on this issue? Councilmember Gillick, you look like you want to.
Well, I think
weigh
you were
in.
mentioning more like public parks that you were mentioning I mean, because this isn't about public parks, this is about the designation for open space, isn't it? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yes, it's either in the PND process or in the mixed residential, that you put all your, like your 2% or your 5%, it's all along
Yeah.
the arterial street frontage.
Yeah,
So
and
that it doesn't serve a useful purpose to the residents. It may make it aesthetically pleasing in some cases, but if it's the only piece along a long stretch of roadway, may just,
So it's really, it's utility to the community that matters.
I think that's what I've been hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of, as you expressed earlier, I agree with how you put it, is that it seems to be a loophole that I'd like to close in terms of this little strip that separates the NX from the arterial. I think there's excellent examples of NX up against, or what we were currently be regarded as NX, like south of Pauley on across from Rocky is the apartments there. I think is a great example of apartment buildings right next to an arterial that work very well. I don't want to see it as a situation that's used to put a bunch of plastic fence because there's backyards for single-family residential because of this loophole.
What else on this item before we open for public comment and close out this item and for a break? Councilmember Rowan?
Mayor, I just had a quick question since we skipped the definition conversation. Nicole, do community gardens count as developed park space?
Certainly they could.
Okay. I just didn't see them listed anywhere in any of your examples, and so I was just wondering if they counted.
I just didn't think of it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Well, while you're thinking about that, let's open up for public comment on item number 2. You've heard the discussion. If you're present with us, a lot of good discussion. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on anything on this topic, number 2? No one is coming to the podium. I don't believe there's anyone online, so we'll close the public comment period. Come back to council. Council, is there anything more on item number 2 that you want to weigh in on? I'm not seeing anything. Councilmember Tricky and Nice, I don't see your hands up, so we'll call that a wrap on item number 2. Take a break, come back for item number 3 at 7:38. Let's try to come back no later than 7:45. what his concern would be.
Or current.
I mean,
He's always showing.
Lighting right over the top of the screen, and then you get the
you'd think you'd
glare,
want to
and
give the
when you look at
developers
it, you
as many
see the light.
options as possible. Are we all, or most of us are back? Do we have Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Tricky with us online? They're back, okay.
Yeah,
So
you
we'll,
should turn them up, so you can turn them down.
okay, well, it's 7:47, we'll go ahead and get started. The next item up is item number 3, our tax increment finance policy. Okay, thank you. Councilor Wyeth, this is yours. And appreciate your monitoring issues that come up with our TIF policy, and you've got a nice list of topics. So we'll turn it over to you to tell us more about it. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, wanted to bring this item to you tonight, mainly just to get some direction on whether you want to pursue looking at the policy in some areas and some amendments. So not tonight to actually do the amendments, but just to understand, like, is this where we want to go going forward? And so, yeah, we've actually, there's been conversation, both staff, city staff, and also with our urban rural district representatives regarding some things that have come up over the last couple of years as we've brought TIF applications to you. And I just wanted to mention before I get further into this that we have all 3 districts represented tonight. We have Michelle Harkins from Ebird, Mehmet Casey from downtown, Jim Tevlin from South Billings Urban Rural District, and also Dick Zier, who's going to be soon shifting and taking over from Jim in the South District. So we have all 3 districts represented. They absolutely were part of this effort to put this together, and so they may have some things to add as well, or if you have questions, they can certainly chime in. So just wanted to mention that first. So yeah, just a little bit of background. I mean, the TIF policy that we've been operating under was adopted by council in 2018 after, and I described this in the memo, a fairly extensive process of staff and the urban rural districts and council working on it. We had several work sessions, then the council ended up putting together an ad hoc committee, and then we basically, after a couple of meetings, wrapped that up and brought it back to you, and we put that in place. We've been using it since then, and I think for the most part successfully. It's been a great guide for people who are looking to make application for urban renewal projects, for the districts and the advisory boards that you have in the districts, and for staff, all of us, as well as council, to be able to kind of have a roadmap to do that. And before that, it was definitely kind of more challenging and nebulous for everybody to go through. So it's been successful. It's been working quite well. We've also found that over time, you council have brought up some issues here and there regarding some of the parts of the policy. And so that's really tonight what kind of brings us to this in terms of some areas of discussion. And I guess I should advance a couple of slides here. So I just talked about the background and basically tonight, yeah, whether it's warranted for us to look at a few of these issues in more detail. So I'll just run through them really briefly from what's in your packet. One of the things that's been discussed and come up as we've had applications come forward is the language in there in the section 2A regarding the financial assistance and that minimum of that $5 of private investment for every $1 of public investment as a preferred threshold to meet for each TIF application. Again, one of the things that you'll find if you read this policy, and it was very important when it was developed the first time, is that there's flexibility built in. And I know there's been debate, and there will be probably all forever, about like how much flexibility versus how much like, no, we want this hard and fast, and this is what it's going to be. So in this case, that $5 to $1 is the preferred threshold, but obviously, you could use your discretion if you thought it. Right now in the policy, if you thought in a certain project it could be more or less. But there has been discussion about that regarding the both how that's been applied, the percentage. We've talked about that in terms of the $5 to the dollar. And is that 20% private or is that 16.66, et cetera? So I guess our interest there was just, is that something are you interested in changing that number, or are you just interested in being more clear about what it means? And so we brought that one up as one of the items. Number two, the second one is 2B. Grants can be made to benefit any government-owned land or buildings and for-profit and not-for-profit businesses. This has come up also with as applications have come forward, because we've had for-profit and nonprofit applications actually in mainly, I would say, in downtown and South Billings, downtown and South Billings districts. East Billings more so, and it kind of, I guess, depends on what you want to say, nonprofit, but we've done a lot of infrastructure projects in East Billings, public infrastructure projects, and then some private projects, and so not as much on the nonprofit like organization type of project. But in South Billings, we've had quite a few with our school district, which is a nonprofit, obviously. I went back and looked at the applications, and there's been, every year in the last 3 to 4 years, we've had a couple of nonprofit applications down there, mostly school district, from different schools. For out of about every 5 applications per year, we've had several, 1 to 2 that are nonprofit. And then in the downtown, the 27th Street district also, we've had things like the Billings Community Foundation, Wise Wonders, Big Sky Economic Development. So again, not the majority at all of the projects that come through, but a few every year are in front of you. And so one of the questions or topics there was just this idea of, should there be more criteria for nonprofits? I think some folks have been concerned about, at all, do we even do that? There's no sort of return on investment, but technically, but there certainly is in other ways. And so I think it's important to keep that in mind. Like, what are we trying to do? Certainly in like South Billings, the master plan, the Urban Renewal District master plan that was adopted by this council and that helps guide that district talks about supporting schools and school district activity. So in that case, you're basically saying, yes, that type of nonprofit, at least, we're very interested in investing in. So I think that's out there, but there's a lot of kind of nuance, I think, to that. But that's the second one. The third one was purchase of the property and the price of that property purchase. And we've been really consistent with implementation of all the districts that we haven't had applications and the council hasn't approved funds to actually pay for purchases of property from a private development, in terms of if I come in with an application and I have some public infrastructure improvements and I also just bought the property, that we haven't been allocating funds toward that purchase itself. But what has been done is the purchase price has been included in the larger contribution calculation for that project. So if I'm saying I'm coming in to do this redevelopment and I've acquired the property last year, we have calculated or added that as part of the total amount. So if it was $2 million for the property to purchase it last year, and now I've invested that, plus I'm doing these other things, then you look at the whole thing. So that's the way we've approached it. But I know there's been conversation also from council about that issue in terms of when are we including that. Obviously, if I bought the property 15 years ago, do I throw the price in for that? We haven't done that, but that's been a conversation that's been out there. So that's just a question again on revisiting and discussing that item. That's also one of the things that's kind of come up here and there. And then the return on investment, the last one is, looking at the return on investment for the applications and for the TIF awards that you approve. We've actually in the last, year to year and a half, maybe that's already been longer than that. We've started providing a return on investment calculation at each application for all the districts. Basically saying that if you approve this award, and this is in the instances of for-profit, obviously, projects, here's the payback in terms of that the value going up, the contribution then for that property increasing, and then over a certain period of time, basically the city comes back to being made whole by that investment, because now their taxes are covering that. You've seen projects that range fairly broadly in what that return on investment period is, obviously based on the project and the amount of, what the award is. There's a lot of factors there. But we've had ones that are 1 or 2 years up to, I think, over 10 years and maybe even up to 14 years on a couple, or at least one of the more recent ones based on what that is. So a question just in terms of that item and, what do we want to do with that? Or do we like the fact that now we've included that calculation and you're seeing it every time? And we're using our best estimates with the tax values and everything to make that calculation. Obviously, we don't know, can't predict the future, but having that information to you as part of your decision process and something that's also shared with the advisory boards. Or is there something more with that we should be looking at, and timing and stuff like that? So anyway, those are the big topics that came out and that we have seen happening. And what we wanted to do is get your feedback. We don't feel like the whole policy needs to be thrown out and started over by any means. Really, there's just a few areas that maybe could be addressed, and we certainly just didn't want to keep coming back and having like another project show up and you go, oh, there's this thing that we keep talking about and nobody's, we haven't heard you say anything about it. So we wanted to get out in front of it if we could and get some feedback. So with that, I will go to my last slide. Whoops. And basically get your input if you have questions. And also, like I said, we have the urban rural districts representatives here as well. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Wyeth. Good description. Thank you for keeping track of these issues. Would you I guess what I'd recommend that we just go through one by one, but before, like we did before, council, but before we do, any, again, large, high elevation questions for Wyeth on this process? Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Kulik?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. How much do we pay for the services provided for consultants for the South and the eBird annually for the consulting services? Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Joy and Mayor and Council, I cannot quote those exactly off the top of my head. I could defer to the two representatives from those districts, or we can get that back to you from you adopted the budget. I know that. I just don't know the number right off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Okay, and there'll be an opportunity for public comment later, and maybe some of the people in the audience can address that at that point, so we don't lose track of it. Councilor Kulik, you had your hand up, is that right?
Yeah, not a question, actually a comment.
Yeah.
And this is, I don't feel strongly about any of the proposed solutions I have or changes, but I do feel strongly that we shouldn't have a policy that allows for something like Taco John's to have received TIF funds. So I know what I don't like. I don't know how to get what I want exactly. So that's going to be true of all my comments. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Shaw?
I would just add a comment too, that I don't know if we need to go through these one by one. If basically the question is, do we want to look at these areas? And I feel like we're going to get deep into the weeds of trying to finesse them. That's really not what's being asked of us tonight. Just a general comment.
Okay. Wyeth, on the kind of the procedure here, Councilmember Neese, I'm just going to ask a question, then we'll go to Councilmember Neese. Is your thought that if the direction from council is clear enough, staff would just go forth, make some changes, bring it back for approval? Or would you want us to create another subcommittee to do what we did before? I guess my gut says if we don't have to create another committee, let's not do that. But I just want to make sure you weren't looking for us to create that committee or reconstitute that committee at this point, correct?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I don't think necessarily that we'd have to go to that level based on sort of these being sort of, if we're focused on these items. What I think we would do potentially though is go back. We'd come up with some more, proposals on some of the areas here, but then probably a work session would be our next step, and we'd come back and spend a little bit of time to kind of work through that. And I'll defer to Chris also if he has other thoughts, but not necessarily another.
Okay, all right, we'll assume not.
Only piece I would add, Mayor, is if there's clarity that we don't want to deal with one of these four topics, please let us know so that we're not spinning our wheels, creating language on something that there really isn't interest in changing.
Sure,
Thanks.
and we'll try to dig into these one by one, but before we do, Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Wyeth, just couple of things, couple of questions I'll propose to you. One is, these are the few things that you've addressed. I think what Councilmember Joy was asking is something I was wondering if our policy even addresses this is, does the policy address who manages the TIF districts within this policy? And if so, that would be an area I would like to take a look at. Now, that's my first question. The other question is, we just had a really wild legislative session, and you saw a lot of bills that were addressing TIF districts. And if we're going to address our TIF policy, you've probably seen some of the things that we're trying to get through legislature, and they may go through next session. What besides these should we be looking at to address, what is maybe coming from the legislator, or what you saw from the legislator of having issues with TIF districts?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council. So the first piece of your question, in terms of the governance and the relationship between the city and the 3 districts, the policy talks fairly high level on a few items on that, but you also have memorandums of understanding, MOUs, with each of the districts that gets into more details about responsibilities and expectations and some of that. So that would be those are a separate document. Those we have in place right now. I believe and those were put in place with a 5-year term. I believe actually next year they come up to be revisited. But those are separate. Then yeah, the policy is a mostly higher level.
So if we were going to change that in the policy, we'd want to address that particular issue and maybe narrow it down or look at that area of how the districts are managed within the policy if we wanted to change something.
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, I mean, yeah, you could look at the language, the broader language that's in the policy, and then you could determine from that, I guess, if you wanted to change the way the MOUs are drafted, because that's where it gets into the specifics.
Great, thank you.
And then your second question, or second part of the question regarding legislative issues, we certainly can, I mean, it's a good point. We could certainly look at, from what we heard from the couple of bills that were significant in this last session regarding urban renewal and whether there's things within the policy language that we could address. I think that we're actually, our policy and the fact that we have one here in Billings has been a good thing that's been shared with the legislature. So that's been positive because you have this guidance that you put in place. But I think certainly, yeah, we could see if there's anything and talk with the others in the community here that watch that kind of process go and see if there's some things that would be worth talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Wyeth. On that issue of management a little bit, one of the benefits of the policy and one of the goals was to create standardization, better standardization with the 3 districts. And I just want to put in a continued pitch for that and down to the standardization of forms, if possible. If we want to allow for flexibility, each of these districts is different in what it does, a little bit how it's managed. But it's helpful, I think, for the council if there's a 1 or 2 cover page, application that's identical, that addresses a lot of these issues, and then it simplifies the way we look at things. But of course, we'd want to make sure there's plenty of room for non-standard issues to be addressed, tailored to each district as well. But I'd put in a pitch for that. With that, Council, why don't we just jump into the 3 or 4 issues, or 4 or 5 issues here. The first one up is the famous 5-to-1 ratio, which assumes 6 parts, and 1/6 is 16.66%. Let me just suggest that it probably doesn't matter, or at least it doesn't matter to me, but I do think we need to clarify one way or the other. Does staff care? Part of me thinks it's easier for people to understand 20%, which would be 1 to 4, and that was kind of the problem, but then I did the math and raised this issue some years ago, and so I'm fine with it going to 1 to 4 being 20%, as long as it's clear and spelled out. Does staff care and do other council members care, or does the public care, as far as you know, why? Does the staff have a position on this, or do you know if the districts have a position on that issue?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I think the main thing that from staff standpoint, and I think from the districts too, is just being clear, like, yeah, if it's 20%, if it's 4 to 1 and it's 20%, great, everybody's on the same page. I think just making sure that we all are thinking of it the same way, and that's the main thing. So it's clear, and the applicants are clear as well. So,
Okay,
yeah,
Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I think in 2018, because that the idea of a policy and an MOU hadn't been done before, the figure to arrive at was really hard because there wasn't any data to go from. So maybe we could look at what we know are investments and applications that we've gone through since this policy, and then look at it and say whether or not 1 to 4 would make more sense, or where 1 to 5 actually falls, because I think it was just an attempt at getting to something that could be measured. And since we have applications, we have some data to kind of guide us on whether or not that stab in the dark was good, or whether it could be made better. Thank you.
Councilmember Gill, Councilmember Shaw?
I think I would prefer the 1 to 5 and rather than the 1 to 4. I think eventually these TIF districts are going to go away, and private sector needs to be effective enough to be able to get close to that point. I mean, I think we don't want to be rewarding inefficient designs or development practices in general. I know that my firm has worked on a lot of projects that were downtown that were, the TIF district has been absolutely essential. There was a but-for kind of aspect of it. And we've learned things by going through and doing multiple projects. They've all been very small projects. But I just see some practices that are being done where the developers were not pursuing all the things that were available to them, historic tax credits. They weren't going to look for, we weren't turning every rock that they could have. And so that's why the more money we give to any one project means there's less money for other projects as well. So I think I would, for that reason, prefer the 1 to 5.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
I like the simplicity of the 20%, just because it's easy to do in my head. But I think my answer to this is going to hinge on whether we are including the purchase price of the property within it, because I think that's going to affect these numbers. So I think those two are linked. But I just wanted to say, I honestly don't care at this point what it is. I just want to stop arguing about it at council. Let's just pick one and stick with it.
Yeah. Okay. Any others? And we can come back to this on that issue, because I agree it's all kind of a bit of a mix. But Councilor Neese.
Thank you. I would say this is one of the areas that we should just tell staff to leave alone. I think the 1 for 5 is served us well. I agree with Councilmember Gulick. And we typically, often we have gone over this. I think if there's a need or a cause, the council has gone over. Sometimes they've actually gone under and they've reduced it. So I think that if we change it to increase it more, we're going to see more requests public for more. And I think holding it at the 1 for 5 would be just fine, and just have the staff not address this issue at all on the policy.
I guess the only thing I disagree with there is it's not clear now, so we really would need to say 16.66%, so it's crystal clear if it stays at that
number.
number.
You wanted to put the percentage in there or clarify the language a little, I suppose, but it made sense to me when I looked at it. The only other thing I could say on this is I think as we look through what the legislator was probably looking at, they probably would like to see less than more. And the policy, if we change our policy to give more or allow more, it could be a signal to the legislator on that.
Okay.
So look at it hard.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on. And the section 1, or the next one deals with government-owned properties, infrastructure, and also nonprofits. Council, what's the perfect solution there? Councilmember Neese, you want to jump in?
Sure. You know, this is really a tough one that I have difficulty on. At the same time, I think there's some good benefit for having nonprofits or government in there, but if it's involving public infrastructure, you probably see, I have probably voted against some of the nonprofits when it's doing other things, but I'm talking when it's actual public infrastructure that's being utilized, you know, the streets, sidewalks in front, things like that where the public is using. So I think it has to tie directly to public infrastructure of another, maybe a larger project, like the one-way streets downtown, something like that. Because like, remember, the idea of the TIF districts is to grow the tax base. And when we're doing for that for nonprofits, the biggest bang for your buck to grow the tax base is going to be a profit business, not a nonprofit business. Yes, nonprofits are good for the community. They do a lot of work with it. It's not building the tax base in that property that's being impacted. So if we're going to be doing nonprofits within it, I would suggest it be limited to some type of, you know, street, sidewalk, you know, exterior type infrastructure that's tied to a larger project going on with the TIF district project.
Thank you. I'm going to address that issue, and I think kind of echo what Councilor Bernice was saying. I guess what I would propose there is that we include language that states explicitly that nonprofits are eligible, government infrastructure projects are eligible, they're not excluded. But, and this is where it gets challenging, right, that those projects have some sort of broader community benefit, whatever that might be, and maybe we can come up with some examples. And I guess by that, what I mean is that there's not a TIF money just to help every mission of every nonprofit to fulfill their mission better. But if they're interested in buying a property that has a ancillary benefit in the neighborhood, because they've taken a property that was truly blighted, not just the whole neighborhood or the whole district meets the definition of blight, but that particular property is blighted, they're going to have an ancillary benefit on their block. And that's unique to that project. Doesn't matter whether it's a nonprofit or who, and that should be rewarded. So similarly, the government, if it is going to develop a drainage or fix a drainage problem in the eBird that's preventing development of tax-paying properties, that's going to have a beneficial community or neighborhood benefit because of that government infrastructure. This is where I part company and have problems with paying for paving graveled streets on the south side that are not typically traveled, you know, by very many people, or picking up 100% of that. But if it's an arterial street, that infrastructure and effort, all of that have benefits that will, with time, grow the increment because it helps tax-paying properties. Put all that in writing somehow, I don't know, but that would be the concept that I guess I would propose. Back to other council members. Councilmember Owen.
I don't know that we need to dive into this level of complexity. I think I would just remind people that there are these public entities or nonprofit entities that pay payments in lieu of taxes, the housing authority being a significant one. So I'd be concerned about nonprofit language that said it can only be for external infrastructure projects when things like property acquisition, demolition, all these things in 1A could lead to housing projects and result in a payment in lieu of taxes that doesn't necessarily harm the tax base in the same way. So I think we
Agreed.
need to not be too blunt instrument here.
Yeah, that'd be something to address specifically, that's a form of payback or form of increment growth, sort of. Other thoughts on the issue of nonprofits and government infrastructure? Councilmember Gillick.
Really quickly, just, I guess I would echo kind of what the points you made, but just that the nonprofits projects should be able to articulate how their project would improve other properties in the district. And so, yeah, if they take an arbitrarily blighted thing, and I can think of examples that have happened this in our community. So in that case, I would treat them much as I would their for-profit equivalent. But I do feel like, but I am interested in increasing the tax base in the community, in the district as well. So, but yeah, just being, if we can really articulate how it is that they're going to benefit surrounding properties, that would thus increase that tax, their taxable value, I think that's good.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think Mayor Cole described the Boys and Girls Club property on Orchard, where there was a demolition of a house that had been graffitied and people were using it for drug use. And I think that really fits, the benefit was to every property around there because it was fenced and cleaned. And so I think we have done some projects that are described. And I do understand Mayor Cole's comment about the TIF picking up 100% of the cost of infrastructure like paving, because you have other properties within the TIF where people pay their SIDs. And so I do think that there should be a little bit of nuance to that in terms of, even though there have been some very long and heated arguments about the creation of the South TIF and what was promised. I mean, there are other people who are doing SIDs. So I think there could be some nuance in there in terms of whether or not 100% of something should be picked up by the TIFs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. We're ready to move to the third one, which is the including of the purchase price as developer contribution. In my mind, this is a more straightforward one that we just have a rule says no, you can't do that, with an exception, and that is if there's a reason to make an exception, and you know it when you see it. Specifically, if it's a property where the transfer of ownership matters. The reason not to include purchase price is, does it really matter if developer or property owner A owns the building or sells it to property owner B? Normally it doesn't. Who owns it shouldn't matter. However, it may matter if property owner A doesn't have the money to take care of a blighted property, and the change of ownership then should be rewarded. Or the property is has environmental contamination and nobody wants to have anything to do with it. But new owner says, hey, I'm willing to take on that risk, and it's sitting there for 30 years, the old gas station. So the change of ownership in that situation matters. But again, the burden is kind of on the new owner to explain why that's a unique situation. And we shouldn't rule it out, but as a general matter, just the change of ownership and the purchase price, in my book, doesn't matter. Lots of hands. Councilmember Shaw commented on this earlier, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Shaw, Rupsis, and Gulick.
Thank you. So I agree with you that I don't necessarily think the ownership matters. Sometimes it does, but I would say the bigger issue that I see is the cost of land. That when you're talking about buying a property downtown, you're going to be paying a very different amount for that than you would in the eBird or on the South Side. And so I think including that somehow into the total cost of the estimated investment is important, because it will look different in different areas. And if it's only 5% of your cost on the South Side, but it's 50% of your cost downtown to get that building, I think that matters. And we need some mechanism for calculating that, or taking it into consideration, I should say.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. Are you really looking for something that right now we have your TIF application has to be in before you start construction? Are you really looking for something that says your TIF application has to be in before you purchase the property? and that this project won't happen unless, including your purchase of the property, this transaction won't happen unless we actually purchase the property and then it's actually part of that. You're not, I think what you're saying is you don't want somebody who's been holding a property for 20 years, finally decides they're going to develop it to get credit for what they purchased it for 20 years ago.
That certainly would be a concern if they'd owned it for a long period. But even if they're the brand new purchaser or haven't purchased it yet, I don't see why, since the idea of this is to add increment, or one important element is to add increment and to partner with them. If you've got a piece of property that worth $1 million and they give $1 million, they haven't added to the increment at all. They haven't done anything to improve that property by just taking ownership of the property. And we want to reward investment and change, not just change of ownership.
But wouldn't that mean that they submitted a TIF application just to purchase the property? They're not submitting a TIF application unless they're actually doing an improvement to the property, which presumably wouldn't have happened.
But what they, in meeting their 5-to-1 requirement, they say, yeah, we're going to make these costly improvements, but we also want credit for a portion of what we paid. And we see those applications all the time where that's listed as one of their contributions is the purchase price, even though that hasn't added value to the property.
But I guess I would just say that I kind of disagree. I'm thinking that purchase price of the property, if that's part of the transaction to actually improve the property, to improve the increment in the district, I think the purchase price of the property is perfectly relevant to the 5-to-1 ratio. So, my perspective.
Okay, I recognize Councilor Gillick and Councilor Boyette.
I guess I sort of agree with the mayor in terms of a property changing hands does not improve its value or the district's value. It's, I think we reward the actual, the effort that takes to improving the property. And so having the purchase price be part of the denominator that we use, it just doesn't seem quite right to me. I could be potentially persuaded otherwise, but philosophically, that seems like the right course to me.
Councilmember Boyette.
I know a few years ago, a person purchased some land in Ebird that was drug house. And our point was, if he purchases it and tears it down, that does improve the neighborhood. So I agree that the purchase price in certain areas can benefit the community, and that should be part of it. Especially drug houses, there were 2 of them. And then he tore them down. That made the property and the whole neighborhood better. So I agree that it should be part of, for that reason, part of the purchase price.
And just to clarify, I would agree with that too, because that would be a situation where the change of ownership and the project is going to change the value of it. But if you just buy a store and you're going to now improve the store, the improvement part is important to me, but not the fact that you just paid $1 million for the store. Councilmember Neese?
Dan, I think Danny was asking to. You can go ahead, Dan.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Sure, thank you. I think one of the things that gets lost in the conversation when we just look at the value of the property is the willingness and the ability of the property owner to do something about improving the property. So for example, one of the things that happens often in cities is that as rents and blight hit the neighborhood, nonprofits tend to move into that neighborhood. They don't have the capital in order to continue to improve those things, and those properties tend to go down. So one of the values of a TIF policy that allows us to pay for nonprofit or give money to nonprofits, and even more maybe than we would to a for-profit, is that those properties do get maintained and brought up to standard. And the same thing is true for certain types of commercial developments. You know, somebody who owns a small restaurant in downtown who wants to expand into a larger place, they're not going to have the same capital available to them as a franchise or, you know, a larger corporation. So I think there are a lot of variables that are involved in this decision that are not just about the return on investment. They're also about whether or not specific properties actually get brought back up to a non-blighted state. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Back on this question of including purchase price, where are we at? Are there any council members? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I would tend to agree with what you said. I think this is a kind of a floating question whether or not we do or don't. There are times when I don't think it's appropriate, and other times I think it may be. And I think one of the things, as a Councilmember Gulick said, is I mean, the goal is to increase the tax base. And so, you know, if someone's buying the property and right now it's on the tax base for, you know, $1 million and they're buying it for $1.5 million, we know that the tax base is going to go up. And so there could be some benefit there where he's actually overpaying for it based upon the taxable value. So those are the kind of things I think we need to take into account. But I think the example about the tearing those houses down, we actually lost tax base on those properties, but as Councilmember Boyette said, the neighborhood taxes, you know, that's something hard to measure, but, you know, because of the fact that the neighborhood didn't have those two drug houses now, it would increase those values. So it is something that I don't think we should, it's not a policy I think we can just say, nope, you can't have, you know, purchase price, but you also can't say, yep, purchase price is included all the time. And so I think the staff has been doing a fairly good job. I don't always agree with when it comes to us, but I think trying to measure it more, what that increment is, looking at the taxable value, how much it's going to go up, may be a good information to have when we're looking at if we are going to include that purchase price or not.
Okay. Any further comment for your benefit, Wyatt? That I'm not hearing any clear direction to rule out including all or a portion of the purchase price.
Right.
Nor anybody necessarily saying it should always be included because that's often more than the improvements would be. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Mayor and Council, we'll have to sort of talk about this a little more and figure out if we can propose some ideas. I'm hearing good points in different areas. I know, like with downtown, one of the things that the downtown district board had sort of, you know, was putting in place was a 3-year, like if you acquired the property, you know, within 3 years or less, then that's when they would look at it as like, okay, what is this, what's going on, and do we factor that in? But if it's been years, you know, many years in the past, then no. That's just a time frame. That's not this sort of quality of the like what the investment is. Certainly, Councilmember Rips's point about the application. If you're coming in, you haven't purchased it yet, and you're saying, "Yeah, I'm going to take this blighted property. You know, if I can make all this, you know, get this TIF assistance and these other components, and I'm going to bring this whole thing forward, and we're going to redo this whole building." Yeah, I mean that's something where you think, okay, well. That's at the front end. You know, there hasn't just acquired it and they're sitting there kind of waiting. So it's a challenge. I think we'll have to look at some ideas and maybe float some things back to you all, maybe talk to some of the other districts in the state and kind of see how they've ranked.
Okay, and the districts understand the issues. They deal with it all the time. They also want to preserve those dollars for other projects, so they have a motivation. We'll move on then to council, the last item, which is this larger issue of how to measure return on investment. I personally, I love seeing that. I mean, I think it's critical that we see what the future tax revenue is going to be, because it allows us to judge how much of that should be shared or go back to the project. One thing you were asking, Wyeth, is over what time period, I guess. And again, it might be nice to standardize that. I don't know. If you get out too far, it's kind of speculative, right? So my gut tells me something in the vicinity of 10 years-ish. We could do 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years. I don't know. But, Councilmember Rowan made the point that it's not just taxes. There may be some other kind of return on investment that we would want to note as well. Other council members, what do you think? How do you measure this return on investment, time period, measurement? Others, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Gulick?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. Really, when we're talking about blighted properties that are torn down, very often our savings and our return on investment is those fewer public safety calls, those fewer code enforcement calls, and those are really, Billings Police Department calls are very expensive. So those are absolutely a way to see where we've removed blight, that we're getting a return on our investment in terms of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gulick.
This is the area where I feel like the cost of services study will be really helpful, because the one thing we aren't including in the, I should back up a little bit. This is where I feel like we can finally address the issue of whether or not Taco John's gets any TIF money. Because I think we need to account for the cost of services as well. So when you have a really low density development and you spread out the city more, you're spreading out your services more, that has a much higher annual cost of services. So I think it is good to have some sort of return on investment calculation. I would propose a equation that would be something like this: the grant award divided by the annual projected taxes minus the projected annual cost of services. That should get you some sort of ratio. That'd be much more helpful for us. Again, I think there's nonprofits this doesn't apply to them, I guess. So, but I think this is an area where I believe that the cost of services study will be really helpful.
Any other comments on how to measure this return on investment? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I think this is kind of, Councilmember Gulick is wrestling with this idea of cost of services, and where I can see that's very valuable. Where you have no infrastructure and you put it in, that's very expensive. So it would, because the three TIF districts are very different, and a formula like that would be very different across those three. Where the infrastructure already exists in the eBird and you're doing a sidewalk and a gutter versus putting in sewer that doesn't exist or water lines that don't exist, that could be a very, I would say a very inequitable measure of return on investment across the three. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, Mayor, I think a couple things are brought up in here on this return on investment, where I think when it gets applied, it's very difficult to apply it to a nonprofit, because they're not going to bring a whole lot of tax. They're not bringing tax bill. It's going to be taking it off the roll. It's going to be losing it. Same thing with property that we're demoing. The tax value is going to go down. So there's times that this probably doesn't apply. Other than just trying to calculate, and maybe based on cost of services, is what we're saving because the police are not coming out, like Councilmember Joy mentioned. There are really good reasons why to allow the tax base to go down, so hopefully to have that redeveloped later. But I think that when it comes to the Taco John's or the for-profit ones, I think there should be a standard matrix that we are looking for, and in business, that's what people are looking at. What is my return going to be? And it's a gross return, and I would differ or don't support what Councilmember Gulick presented about using the cost of service studies for that. It would be just gross number, because that would be even across the districts. And yes, the cost of services may be a little higher in the south, depending if they're doing some services. But I think we got to look at how much we're going to repay that TIF district back in a timely manner. So I think at 10%, is a pretty good number for a return on investment. When you look at most, if you're looking in the business world, you want it grows 10%. Some of them say you want higher in 20. Some of the big corporations, and so. I mean, we could sure get into the fact that it's a large corporation versus a small mom and pop, but I think that a standard number that all the districts should achieve is something we should try to get for if it's a for-profit type of an organization.
Okay, thank you. Councilor, we want to leave time for a comment by our...
Mayor,
Councilor Tricky.
yeah, I just want to say that the statistician in me wants to say that we're really kind of talking about three different things and three different ways of measuring things. The return on an investment is a very specific hard dollar number. Changing the impact of changing the level of light in an area is much less of a hard impact number. And changing the cost of services is also a different thing. And I would rather see council saying those three things presented separately and then making their own decision about which way to go on it than to have all of that stuff blended into a single number.
Good point. Establish certain criteria that would be analyzed separately. Councilor Ripsis.
I'd have to echo what Councilmember Shrieky just said, and I think it kind of ties in, and I fully support what Councilmember Gulick is saying, is we don't need to subsidize the landscaping at Taco John's through our TIF district. But I think what all this kind of comes around to is there should be some direct tie to the urban renewal plan, right? And maybe it's a benefit because it's increasing the tax increment. Maybe it's an increase because it's reducing blight or increasing opportunities for further economic development. There are other projects that do that kind of thing. So I think, it's the ROI is only useful for specific cases in that, but every project should have a direct tie to the urban renewal plan. And that should be specifically called out, in each application.
Yeah, if I may, one of the things I wrote down, I think, in looking at in the policy is that I think, to your point, Councilmember Ripsis, and it came up earlier too, is that each of the three districts has an urban renewal plan. Each one has some similar but different goals that are specifically called out. And I think we need to be clear in this policy that you have to refer, that needs to be checked, which we've been checking in applications, but potentially in the policy, that's clear that you need to be checking that, because that does come up, especially, like I said earlier, schools are called out very significantly in South Billings. So you would want to be following that and entertaining those applications for schools regardless, and then you'd get into the other details. So I think that's a good point. And then I guess the other thing I just want to say that I'm hearing that's helpful is we have the calculation that we've been doing, the math for the taxes, but Councilmember Owen mentioning PILT, the public safety calls. I mean, I think it sounds like, there's a sort of a recipe for the return on investment broadly, and we can look at some things and say, okay, here's some different areas that we're going to measure when we bring a project to you that are being looked at, both monetary, but also obviously impacting services, impacting safety. So
Okay, great. Let's open up for public comment, since we do have representatives from all of the TIF districts with us. They've heard this discussion. They may be choking over some things that were said or cheering. So, Jim, are you cheering or choking?
Oh, I'm totally cool.
Good.
On September 15th, I'm joining AARP. So, but, from 10,000 feet here, I just want to share with you is that the TIF policy that the city has is good. It allows for a lot of subjectivity, because I've heard a lot of different points of view, and there's 11 of you, and there's 11 different ways of looking at it. And you know something? You're all right. You're all smart people. But what it does do, the best part about it is, they're not one size fits all, but there's enough there for the Suburb board, the downtown board, the East Bird board, for them and for you folks to make a decision, to weigh all of the factors into it. If you look at it through a microscope, you're going to be chasing your tail all over the place. But what I'm saying is that the policy as it is, maybe a few verbiage, 20% instead of 1 for 5 or something like, just to make it super clear. It gives us, my board and you folks, the opportunity to make that decision. Because one of the first things that I tell applicants, and I've spoken to two over the last couple of weeks with some very large projects, is that ultimately, city council is the one that decides whether or not there's a TIF award. It's not the Suburra board or the other board, is we have to be able to present we recommend a particular project, we recommend an award that's in conformity with Montana code, with our master plan, with the city's, with the TIF agreement, the TIF policy. It has to hit all those gates. Plus the fact that what I tell applicants is I said, look, if there isn't a public benefit to what you're doing, forget it. You're not getting a buck. I said, the wallpaper in the men's room doesn't count. And so I urge them, I say, you have to be very, very careful. Now, one thing that I want to share with you, at least from the South District, and they're all different, is we have a lot of like Miller Crossing and everything. It's bare land, so what does it look like? We're trying to calculate something. Well, now there's bare land, and a year from now, there won't be bare land. There'll be something there that's doing something. Well, that's very pertinent to that particular situation. It may not be in another. And when we're talking about an ROI, it was one of the very first things that I wanted to calculate, to just give my board, hey, it removes blights, there's a public benefit. The ROI, it's not 55 years, it could be 7 years, but that just gives them, and you folks, just additional information to make that decision. So.
Very good, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Dan Brooks with the Billings Chamber at 815 South 27th Street. I don't really have anything specific to say about your specific discussion tonight, but I do want to share some of the other efforts going on statewide to address TIF. As Councilman Neese said, it was a wild session. I would definitely agree there. I think as it regards TIF, we dodged a bullet, and I like to say it's still in the jacket, right? We can still see it. So kind of realizing that, the Montana Chamber has engaged a statewide group of stakeholders, keeping it kind of small at the moment, to have a look at what potential reforms could the state be looking at in the next legislative session. Like I said, right now, keeping it pretty small, looking at businesses and developers. Eventually, they're going to branch out and look at some of our legislators that are very involved in TIF, and then engaging local governments as well. So I don't know exactly what that time frame looks like, but be ready to be engaged on that issue in this statewide conversation. A few of the things that they are considering: one, the definition of blight. We heard that a lot from opponents in the 4 hours of testimony in each hearing on the Senate Bill 523 TIF bill. Looking at that, I've heard on our calls that our blight definition is from the 1940s, so it could probably use a little bit of an update, though there was some concern raised for apparently there's some need to have some alignment with federal blight definitions. So we're going to look at and work on that, do a little homework there. Duration of TIFs also came up as a big hang up for opponents of TIF. So looking at ways that can possibly mitigate that objection. And I don't know if that is tied into cost of services, looking at that in the ending years of TIF and seeing how potentially TIFs can help offset those costs of services. And then lastly, consistency and oversight. One of the things that really I think defined the TIF discussion is many of the opponents were very upset about the way that TIFs are run in Missoula or Bozeman. I think we've got a pretty good model here in Billings because you have a policy that, as Mr. Tevlin pointed out, allows flexibility, but I think also provides a good bit of structure that other places don't have. So I've shared the Billings City TIF policy with this group. I shared it with legislators during the legislative session as an example for something to potentially look at to help provide consistency in oversight of TIF districts. The last thing that I want to say here is, the city council is working on TIFs, the state's working on, or this Montana Chamber Business statewide group working on TIFs. The Revenue Interim Committee is also working on TIFs. During their August 1st meeting, both Senator Hertz and Senator Beard expressed a want to look at TIFs throughout their work policy in the interim. So they obviously haven't gotten into it yet. Their next meeting is September 18th, 19th, I believe. I hope to be able to watch and provide any feedback if necessary. So thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the update, and thanks for partnering with us to work on this issue in the future. Any other public comment on item number 3? No one's online, no one's coming forward. We'll close the public comment period. Wyeth, no, it's not a wrap. Councilmember Wyeth, Councilmember Purington.
Mayor, I had a question for one of the area. Matt, do you have a minute? You've been sitting there. I want to bring you up. One of the things we do is we say it's okay for the TIF to give money to an organization or a grant. So then we need to follow up with that and say, what happened? So one of the questions I had was the burger dive. It's been some time since we said it was okay for them to have the, whatever happened to their grant or their proposal?
Mayor and Council, and Councilmember Boyette, thank you for the question. Yes, those updates, we typically provide them in what used to be the quarterly reports, but now they're semi-annual reports. But they're also provided at the board meetings where we have city staff presence and council ex officio presence as well. But I'm more than happy to as well create an ongoing updating mechanism, whether via coming here in person. We've done in the past email blasts of updates. I can continue those as well, or a hybrid of the two, coming in person or doing emails, whichever pleases the council.
Can you just update us briefly on the one at Burger Dive?
Yeah, my understanding as of actually this week, I've been in contact with both the developers and the property owners. They're still planning to move forward and hoping to break ground by the end of this summer. They're just finalizing the delay of the historic tax credit with the state caused them to go back and redo their financing. A lot of the conventional loans were not planning or willing to hold the interest rates or freeze it, so to speak, so they'd have to go back and renegotiate those terms.
Councilmember Purington?
Well, while you're there, I've always been interested in the St. Vincent de Paul building. That was a big one. Have they completed? Are they working on it?
Councilmember Purington, yes, that's another good question. That is also another developer who's on schedule to be completed this fiscal year, and therefore the reimbursements will start the following fiscal year. The only delay they're experiencing is a couple of those roof units in relation to utilities that have been ordered since last year, and they still haven't been delivered.
So, follow-up,
Please.
Mr. So, your TIF district is the one that says you have to complete within 3 years? Is there that hard, fast rule? Once they've made their application, it's been approved, then they've got 3 years to complete that?
Not necessarily 3 years. The timelines are dictated in the development agreement. So we work closely with the developers on what their timeline and their performance schedule look like. So say if they say, we're going to start construction this October and finish in 18 months, so we'll calculate it that, and we stipulate everything in the development agreement. We get all three parties to agree on it, the city, partnership, the developer, and then we follow that. And then in the exceptions, we state, the reasons that could exempt somebody if their project got prolonged. For instance, something like the pandemic. Yeah.
So, follow-up.
Okay,
Thank you,
go ahead.
Matt.
Councilmember Purington.
So what, Dan, thank you for spelling those out, because that's what I was kind of waiting for in the conversation. And so what I look for is the blight versus the economic development piece, the weight of that. And that duration of the TIF districts, I know that was something. The clawbacks, and you didn't mention that, but I know that was a big issue in Missoula, was, you know, that turnaround that the developer, when he got his TIF money, he sold it and he took off with the TIF money. And so it was just a big fall draw. And so another question that I have with that is, and I know this was Missoula, that one of the major, you know, what I thought was kind of in your face was Stockman Bank built a new building on TIF funds. Stockman Bank would have built that building without TIF funds. So how do we regulate whether or not, you know, who's worthy, I guess? So that's that economic development issue that I have. To me, I look at it as blight first, economic development second, but I know that isn't always true. So I don't know if you can comment on some of those. And like you said, that consistency of oversight, I think that's a major deal too.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, Councilwoman Purinton, thank you. We have not discussed the clawback issue yet, but I'll take it to the group and bring it up for consideration. I believe what I had heard from some commenters during testimony during the legislature was that a big part of concern, one, was Stockman Bank getting the TIF, but also getting a loan from themselves, or they were the ones who administered it. It came up from opponents. So, yeah, I'll take that concern back as well, to consider that. The one thing I probably failed to mention, though I think, of course, it's up for consideration, is uses of TIF. We've had a couple of discussions so far about whether, you know, what are appropriate uses, horizontal infrastructure versus vertical aesthetics. So I don't know what the ultimate solution will be, but that's been discussed as well.
So just follow up, Mr. Mayor, also.
Go ahead.
I'm just waiting to get them all at once. So one of the other things was what qualifies for TIF. You know, we have that long list, and I don't know if they're looking at what actually qualifies for TIF reimbursement. And you've probably seen our list. I don't know if those are all legitimate. I think one time we put in an elevator or something like that, or a bathroom, and you're going, well, that's not really for public benefit. It's for the people that are in that building, but not for the public. So sometimes I have a concern with what public benefit actually means when you get into definitions. Also, return on investment. Is that part of the conversation that the state chamber is looking at also?
Mayor and Council, Councilwoman Purinton, I guess I would include the, you know, appropriate uses in the discussion that we're having on the horizontal versus vertical. What's the appropriate kind of infrastructure and public good there of the TIF? I've, like I said, put the Billings City Council TIF policy in front of the group. I'd like to have more of a discussion on the benefit portion like we have here with the return on investment. I think that would be useful for other cities to have that structure and use that as guidance for the implementation of their TIF policy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor?
Okay, Councilor Bernice?
Thank you. I had a question for Wyeth, please.
Wyeth. Then council will try to move to item number 4, public safety updates.
I brought this up before, and I don't see it in our policy, and it's not really in any of the MOUs, I don't believe, so correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, and Councilmember Purinton kind of brought this up, but we've talked a little bit about, in the past, about clawbacks, and I think there's, you know, a clawback is not going to be, is not effective unless it triggers it in some way or another, and I think that I think we should have that in our policy. We haven't addressed that in our policy, but it is something that should be there as a safeguard. I don't think they should be too stringent, but I think they should be there as a protection for the public dollars that are being invested in that. And some of the triggers could be things like windfall. So if the example about the Missoula, you know, getting the TIF dollars and selling it, and there's a windfall something like that, then that would be somehow would impact the TIF dollars. So those are the things that, again, if we're going to address TIF policy, that would be something that I think we should look at. But again, I don't think it should be stringent, but I think it should be there to protect the public dollars. Have you seen a good use of windfalls, or I'm sorry, good use of clawbacks, and then ever seen them have to be executed?
Councilmember Neese, Mayor and Council, I have not. I know in the discussions that we've had in the past, both here and when we were developing this policy the first time, but also at the state TIF working group that's been going, Dan was mentioning kind of what's happening right now, the legislative session. There's been this ongoing TIF working group across the state, that the clawback issue has really not been something that's been pursued. There's been a lot of concern that creates lack of incentive then there's a concern that if you're applying for TIF and you receive an award and then there's some potential for it to get taken away, that creates a disincentive instead of an incentive to have people apply for TIF. So I'm not aware of any, drafted or language that's been used for that in Montana at this point.
Okay, all right. And again, I think it should be, you're right. I don't want it to be a disincentive, but I think it should be liberal enough to protect the public dollars, but not too restrictive at all to limit or to reduce the amount of people wanting to invest in the TIF fund. And Mayor, if I could say one other thing, I think, besides our TIF policy, which I think is overall good policy, we went through a lot of work the city did creating these MOUs here also. And the TIF districts themselves have done a really good job of putting together their own plans. And those are the kind of things that maybe Dan is just sharing with this other working group. He may want to include those. And I'm kind of speaking to Dan, to include some of those other documents that the whole TIF industry here in the city has actually produced, because all of those have been good to help regulate the TIF districts.
Good point. Thank you very much. Okay, Dan Brooks gives you the thumbs up on that. So we'll move on then to item number 4. The hour is late. It's almost 9 o'clock. Public safety updates. Thank the patience of our everybody, our TIF representatives, and also our public safety experts. We'll try to move through this as quickly as we can. I don't know who is up first.
Yep,
Chris, you want to lead this off in the way of an introduction?
I'll keep it brief. Mayor Cole and Council, Tina Hoger's going to kick us off, hand it over to Chief Valdez and on to Chief St. John. So I think Tina's pulling up her presentation right now on the code enforcement side of the equation, and we'll just roll into it. Hopefully everybody had an opportunity to look at the semi-annual reports. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Here's the clicker. Do you have the clicker still?
Oh, it's right here.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to update you on what code enforcement has been doing lately. And I have a couple of different things that I want to share with you. Yes, no, maybe? Okay, there we go. I wanted to collect some data for all of you as far as what we're doing on our abatements. So I went back to the beginning of January, which is when I started my position. So that's why you only have the second half of the year on that column. We have fiscal year 23 in its entirety except for 9 properties that we're going to bring to you in September for assessment. But what I wanted to point out to you on this is Basically, the number of abatements have increased, obviously, but our success rate has increased as well. In that first column, the reason why we're at 84% is because there was one property that we assessed that the taxes are delinquent, so that's out of my control. However, everything else has been paid and up to date. That is true of fiscal year '23 so far, and also of '24. I would also like to point out that our court order abatements are now probably just going to be a standard. We also get voluntary abatements, which eases that. We don't have to go to court. And then if you look at our recycling numbers, we recycled almost 40,000 pounds of various metals in our fiscal year '23 through all 22 of those abatements. And I think that's significant because that's 40,000 pounds of stuff that didn't go into the landfill. So we're also tracking our hours, our combined hours. All of us go on these abatements, myself as well as all of my staff. So we're tracking that as well, so we can keep you all updated on what's going on with that. 6 properties so far in fiscal year '23 were billed out, and all of them have been paid. They're either paid through taxes, through the assessment process, or they're paid directly by the property owner. So I wanted to share with you a cleanup we did recently. Brendan from the water treatment plant contacted me. There was several encampments down by the water treatment facility, and depending on the water level, it was either city property or state-owned property. So PD went out there and flew the drone and helped us establish what it was. They also helped us to locate and clear the camp of any people. And then we returned later on and we cleared a path because we came up with a plan to get in there. You're probably about 120 to 150 feet in, or I'm sorry, yards into this area. So we had to borrow some equipment from other city divisions. ATVs from the parks and the police department. We use the Grizzly almost regularly now from the street department. And it's basically a walk behind kind of a skid steer. We had 3 laborers that day, the claw truck, and all of our staff. So basically from this slide, what I wanted to show was just all of the divisions working together to accomplish a goal to protect our water. So the pre-cleanup, I might have to do this from the laptop. The pre-cleanup, I have a video here for you to show you basically what it looked like. I don't know if it's playing or not. All right, we'll just do it this way. That's essentially what we were dealing with. Oh, it's not working, but. So you get an idea of the amount of stuff that was down by the river. So then when we move over to here, to the post cleanup, on that trailer was the Grizzly and the one of the ATVs. Okay, now it's working. And so you can see we had everybody out there. We were moving stuff out. It was pretty deep into the park, into the wooded area. Had to disassemble a couple of encampments altogether. And basically we hooked up tarps to those ATVs and dragged all that stuff out. It was the only way to get it out of there. So it was a significant amount of stuff that came out of there as well. I think we filled an entire claw truck with that. So I wanted to also be able to track what we've been doing that's been improving our city. So the best way I thought I could do this was with a map. So I reached out to the GIS guys and I told them what I wanted. I wanted to track graffiti, our abatements, our nuisance properties, and I wanted to have the ability to embed photos and information in there so they were a quick reference. We started the map in May, had a couple of interns that the police department loaned to us for a couple of weeks, and put all the basic data. basically think of this as the dirty dozen list, but like more intense. So we have all of our abatements on there. We have our nuisance properties, graffiti complaints. And just recently with the graffiti complaints, we've updated that. We've included the street crimes unit. They reached out to us. They wanted to have access to this map. We've shared that with them. They're able to go in now with the officer that they've assigned for that. He has access to it, and he will go in and he'll update our map to show what's gang-related, what is not. That's gonna help us down the road when we start to update our graffiti ordinance. So we've actually been sharing that information with him and with the street crimes unit. And it's actually basically given them a good foundation to track areas and what groups are in what areas. So didn't realize we were helping them with that until we reached out to them, and the chief obviously brought on board the officer to do that. So that is currently being updated daily, and I have a demonstration on that one for you as well. Yeah, please, and I need it shared. It's gonna be whatever
I know, we gotta close that up first.
Okay, so fortunately, I'm still signed in here. And as you can see from all of those pinpoints on there, and there's another part of your packet where it shows a legend of what all of these mean. But if we were to go in here and take a look at,
And Kevin, can we just, I want to make sure that anything Tina says is going out to the public, is the mic on?
yeah,
So,
I borrowed
okay. Perfect.
one of the mics.
Perfect,
For
thank you.
that reason. So if you click on any one of these pinpoints, I don't want that one, I want. Where is it? 14 miles is the one I want. Okay, so basically this one will show you, it'll pull up a data box, it'll tell you the case number, the location, and then you can just directly click in there and it'll bring up a picture. And that's kind of the data points that I wanted from the GIS folks to do for me. So let's look at an abatement really quick. This one was at 1211 miles. Our abatement expires next year, and these are our pictures that we can look at. And you can do it right from, and you can see that there's a significant difference. And what I like about this is that I'm able to just jump in there, see what it is. Anybody can look at it. There's pictures. It's pretty self-explanatory. Can you bring up the presentation again? And then just go to the screen where it has the map. So basically on the left-hand side, you'll see the legend. It talks about abatements, gang graffiti, graffiti location, and then also the nuisance properties. The green circle or the green line around it means that it's in compliance, and that automatically happens once you update that little data box. So it's been a great way to track all of this. Anything that is on here as far as nuisance properties is also on the map online that folks can go and take a look at. Currently, this is not, it's internal use only. And it may remain that way just because of now the new gang-related information. Nope. Okay, so we're continuing to do our monthly neighborhood task force meetings, and we're coming up with topics that we do throughout the city, so everyone gets the same information. Recently, Josephine Crossing reached out to one of my officers, Tanya Punt, and they asked her to answer code enforcement related questions as it relates to their area. They're very involved in their community. They have a homeowners association that has certain rules. But that, we don't enforce those, but they wanted to know how that coincides with code enforcement. So with Victoria Hill in tow, they did a closed group Facebook Live, and it went very, very well. There was some good information that was exchanged, and it's really, we probably opened another 35, 40 cases in that area for Tanya, so I think she's pretty happy about that. And then last week, I sent a couple officers to help at a speaking engagement at the Billings Hotel and Convention Center, where they answered some questions. I haven't been able to touch base with those guys yet because they don't work till tomorrow, but from my understanding, it went rather well. So we're out there, we're doing those education pieces that you have asked us to do. And lastly, we are working on new projects all the time. The ordinance updates kind of took a little brief pause because we had to switch out our legal assistance. But Gina was on top of that and got us somebody right away. And now that he is fully assigned to his new position, it would be Todd Korn. He has hit the ground running with us. We've had 2 or 3 meetings with him already. We will be updating and looking at these particular ordinances that are listed there for you as early as Wednesday. Or I'm sorry, we're gonna be looking at our nuisance cases on Wednesday, and then Monday we have a work session for all of those updates. So that is back in flow again. We have a very large abatement project coming up in September that's going to impact some graffiti in town. We're partnering with Adult Treatment Court again through municipal court. They're giving us 50 people, and so we should have a very large impact there. So it'll be noticeable. And then the Parks Department reached out to us as far as buckthorn removal. Apparently this is an issue. So I had to learn what buckthorn was. I didn't even know what it was. So as I'm Googling it, I run across a grant through Department of Agriculture. So I referred that to Steve McConnell, and he applied. We were given $25,000 of that grant award. That's going to help us with our education and media push to let citizens know why we have to remove this stuff from our city, because it apparently is pretty intrusive, and has to do with the ecological system. So that's kind of what we've been working on lately. As of this morning, we have another project coming up in October where we're partnering with volunteers from the Yellowstone Valley Animal Shelter and our Parks Department. So we're every day we're coming up with new ideas and new things where we can implement this and just find those areas where we need to fill in the gaps for some of our other public safety partners. That's all I got. Questions?
Excellent. Thank you, Tina. It's exciting to see as many as 16 abatements working their way through municipal court right now. So that's a real step forward, all of this. Questions for Tina? Councilmember Boyette?
Last year, Chris Kowalski and I and the fire department went along the BBWA, the big ditch along the rims there, and we found all kinds of encampments last year. But do you work with the fire department if they see that on their drone while they're along the big ditch up there?
Yeah, so how we come in contact with those is we either stumble across them in our day-to-day, or the fire department, parks department, police department sometimes notifies us of them, and that's how we find out about them. So when we do, we partner with the PD, and they'll go out and they will clear out the persons, advise them to take whatever they want with them, and then code enforcement goes in there and cleans it up.
So at this point, what do you need anything from us? What can we do as a council to help you?
You know, the next time I have a cleanup, if you want to come out and help, you could drive the ATV. Yeah, no, we're doing really well right now. The blessing of having additional staff and being able to redirect some of our priorities and being able to just kind of settle into this new safety levy opportunity and resources, it's been a good year for us, and the numbers show it. So right now, I think we're good, but trust me, I will let you know if I need anything.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Tina, has there been any thought given to maybe engaging the mental health center's PATH teams or some of the DVA's hot teams when you come across encampments like that? To actually get people directed into services and maybe not just moving the encampment to the next place?
That's why we reach out to the police department, because code enforcement deals with property, and police department deals with people.
Do they bring the PATH teams?
I don't know, but
I'll ask him when he comes
I'm sure
up.
that they can refer them. So basically, for safety reasons, code enforcement is not going to necessarily go there without police. We usually contact them and have them clear it out for us. How they handle that, we're not there. And then we go in and just do the property part.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Tina? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Tina, great presentation. Really love the stats on that, what you're doing, the cleanups, the way you're working across divisions. That's really, really important and great to hear. So it looks like you're trying to work on the graffiti. That's great. You got them. I mean, there's so much good there. And I hate to even say anything about this, but I did have one law-abiding citizen contact me here last week. Very hot, upset. They've been doing something for 20 years, the same thing. Suddenly, they found they were they were illegal, putting a sign out in front of their business. So it seems to me that again, this is what I'm afraid of. When we started increasing code enforcement, that we'd start hearing from people who are law abiding, suddenly they're, being, told that they're now a lawbreaker. How do we make sure that we're not approaching these, because they were pretty hot, and I don't know exactly how. I think they said the code enforcement officer was nice, but they're really upset about our laws and our codes on some of this. So how does our citizens really need to, I guess I'm just concerned that we're just looking for trouble, because no one's going to report that. That's the code enforcement officer seeing a sign saying, hey, that's illegal, I'm going to stop buying a ticket the business. I mean, how are your staff doing that? Because
We are still very much complaint driven. We have more complaints coming in every day. I mean, I open up my email in the morning and there's 40, 50 complaints waiting there. So I would imagine that this was complaint driven because some businesses and some sign companies tend to report each other. So
okay.
I'm sure that could have been part of the issue, maybe, perhaps, I don't know. I don't know which sign you're talking about. But honestly, we have enough coming in that if we do self-initiate something, it's fairly egregious. So, and he really wasn't law-abiding to begin with because
right.
he only found out he wasn't, so.
Yeah, they've been doing it for 20 years. I think the sign code changed, and so now they're not law abiding.
It did change, and there are some signs that the new code, I believe, doesn't affect. But if you're putting in a new sign, you do have to comply with it.
Yeah, no, that's good to hear. You're saying you're really looking for the egregious stuff. You're probably right. It probably was complaint driven by someone their competitor or something like that. So, all right,
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I know you're very concerned about the proactive aspect of code enforcement, but I can guarantee you that they're not driving around just looking for stuff at this point, because we have plenty of people out there that like to tell us where the problems are anonymously online.
Great job. I really like seeing the results of what you're doing.
Thank you.
Tina, I've got a question about graffiti, and I recognize you're kind of on the cleanup end, and you may not, and not the enforcement side, you may not know the answer to this, but as sophisticated as artificial intelligence is in identifying anything out of large databases, I think I can take my phone and if I've got 20,000 photos, say, photos of automobile, and it'll bring it forward. Graffiti is unique, almost as unique as a fingerprint. And yet we may have photos of tens of thousands of examples that it would be inefficient for a person to sit through and go through looking and trying to match these up. Do you know whether there's a program out there, or maybe we're already using it, that has the ability to comb through tens of thousands of photos of graffiti and put in an example and look for others made by that artist. I can see that'd be very valuable, that all of a sudden it says there's a pattern, this guy comes to town, in the summer, or he only operates in this neighborhood and he operates on Thursdays or something. Do we have that capability, or does anybody have that capability?
I don't know, I can look into that, but I think we're using human intelligence to do that right now, as well as our maps, because currently we are linking those up and we are showing where a particular tag is happening repeatedly. So we are actually being able to identify where some of these taggers operate. Some of them are downtowners strictly, some of them are south side. But that's something that I could probably look into and maybe discuss with the street crimes unit officer to see if that's a direction he's gonna go as well. Not sure about that, but we have been collecting that data and putting it on that map. So we're doing it that way, but we're just not doing it in the super high-tech way.
Okay, seems like it has promise, that, computers are almost made for that, so. Okay, anything else before we move on to our next update? Councilmember Purington.
I'll try not to call you so often, but thank you.
I missed you, I hadn't gotten any emails lately.
I know, I was out of town, I guess.
You changed that today, though, thank you.
I know, I've got two more things here. But I just want to acknowledge that in the years past, when I think Nicole was doing code enforcement, how this was such a needed addition to our city. And, we've got the right person in there. I love it whenever I know that we've got retired police officers working in code enforcement. They probably think they want their old job back now, maybe. But I just want to thank you, because you've really, I think, set the course for however long you stay in this position. I think it really has set the trend. And I know that Roy's always been concerned about proactive, but all I can say is you're at least active now. And we do appreciate that. And I think, I have a few weeds I'll talk to you about too.
Okay, well, I appreciate the kind comments, I really do, but to Nicole's credit, she did what she could. But the fact, because I sit in the middle of the pod of officers, and if I'm not there all the time, listening to everything that's going on, I mean, it is full time. We have to keep track of what's going on and then come up with new ideas. So, thank you for that.
Very good, thank you. Chris, we'll move on to our next presenter.
Chief Valdez, I think.
I'm not used to this. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this first half of the calendar year has been one of realized and productive changes. Our staff has worked diligently to bring to reality the public safety mill levy and the CPSM recommendations. So as you can see on this slide, EMS continues to be the bulk of our calls. And while AMR has been a great partner taking low acuity calls, without our assistance, the calls for service and demand on our system remain relatively stagnant, but we fully anticipate the increase to happen here soon. Also worth noting, we have a couple of new ambulances, startup companies within the system that have helped us. They basically take care of calls out in the county, which we've discussed in the past, and that helps us to keep resources within our community. Next slide, please. It's important to note on this particular slide here that the graphs that you have in the semi-annual report are outdated. This is the most current, and in particular, 2021 is what I'm referring to. So that data did change. So these are the total calls for service, both dispatch calls and calls received. These numbers represent the total calls for service for all agencies in the county except for Laurel. As you can see, our numbers are once again up from last year at this point. Next slide, please.
I just know that they didn't start from zero, the columns don't, so it don't be thrown off as we have twice or three times as many columns.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. We are very proud of our professionals in our 911 center. It is by far the busiest in the state. And unfortunately, we continue to have challenges fully staffing the facility. But our current employees make it work, and they do an exceptional job at it. And some of the things that we're working on moving forward is implementing that new radio core that we had discussed last year. That should be up and running right after the first of the year. Secondly, the new police and fire dispatch protocol system, and that will mirror what we've been doing the last couple of years as far as EMD or emergency medical dispatching. And so what that does is it's a algorithm-driven system that takes a lot of the guesswork off the dispatcher's hands and takes some of those critical thinking skills off as well, so as not to overwhelm them. And so police and fire will have this new system also sometime early next year as well. So we're pretty excited about that. And then lastly, the thing that you've heard me talk about over this last year is proximity dispatching. We can't do that until these other two systems are in place. And just to refresh your memory, proximity dispatching is unlike priority dispatching. Essentially, we're getting away from the legacy system of the 7, soon to be 8 fire districts in the city where CAD would send only that unit that belonged to where the call was coming from. So we're moving away from that, and what it does now, CAD will recognize that there's another unit possibly moving through the area and will divert that unit to the call so that we can get there quicker, lowering our response times. Here, false alarms. So you can see the false alarms month over month for both the entire calendar year of 2022 and the first half of 23. As you can see, the false alarms have increased each corresponding month from last year. The graph also shows that false alarms are increasing, but repeat offenders are decreasing, if that makes sense. We're not sure why the numbers are increasing, but the third-time offenders are going down. And the reason why I say that is because the revenue gained from that is going down. So through education and the notices and warnings, people are getting their systems taken care of with probably in the first or second time. Because last year, over 2022, we did gather, I believe it was $44,750 just in fines over the year. This year to this point, up to June 30th, we're at 16,000. So we're projecting 30,000 maybe. And so that tells us that people are fixing their systems now. So we're hoping that it's working, but we'll closely monitor that and adjust fire as needed. No pun intended there. On this slide, as you can see, for training, so the 10 new recruits hired in March were a combination of hiring for attrition and fulfillment of the public safety mill levy. The latest round of these hires for the public safety mill levy employees allowed us to implement the second squad, which is now stationed on the west end. We also hired one new individual for a crew, or the crisis response unit. We fully anticipate having the second one on board probably in the next week to start that program sometime early September, and we're actually shooting for Labor Day. Also, you'll notice that hours from the training division, and why are these important? So these hours are the total hours for our employees encompassing all training, such as fire, hazmat, rescue, EMS, prevention, etc. These hours help us with our ISO rating, or insurance office rating. And so that's where those come from. As noted on the previous slide, EMS tends to be the bulk of our calls for service. So I'm happy to report that the MRT program is exceeding expectations for us. Squad 1 has responded Since December 1st, Squad 1 has responded to well over 1,600 calls. And Squad 2 started July 10th, and we fully expect it to meet or exceed the workload that Squad 1 is doing. So we're very excited about that. And we'll continue to monitor fuel consumption. And the reason why I bring that up is because the intended vehicle has not gone into service until just recently, also the beginning of July. That was the intended vehicle right there, the small SUV that's gas-powered, gets 20 to 22 miles to the gallon. We had to use the original Squad in the meantime. Well, unfortunately, the fuel mileage on the original Squad is about the same as a full engine, about 4 to 5 miles to the gallon. So we're hoping to see the fuel consumption start diving here soon. Let's see. Also, the program has been a morale boost to our crews. They're starting to see the benefits from this. They're very excited about it. It keeps our engines in their run areas more often as well. So we have less interruption of multi-company engine drills, as well as, for example, before the implementation of Squad 1, which covers the heights in the east end of town, you were seeing engines 1 and 2, or downtown and south side respectively, going to the heights area for about 10% of its call volume. Well, since Squad 1 has been implemented, that number has dropped to less than 1%, and we fully expect the same on the west end as well. So, yeah, these things are far exceeding their expectations. So, in conclusion, the first half of 2023 has been full of accomplishments in regards to the public safety mill levy and CPSM recommendations. Moving forward, there are many other programs we'll continue to monitor and develop and for greater response capacity and efficiencies.
Thank you, Chief. I'm sure there'll be some questions. Great report, good news, appreciate that. I'll start off with one about the staffing challenges at 911 Center. You're not alone in that. There was, I think, an article in the Wall Street Journal last week about the national problem that everybody's facing with that. Has there been any discussion with MSUB about offering a associate's degree or even a certificate that might help get people in that pipeline that we could pick up? Because they have the fire sciences program at MSUB, of course, and maybe this would fit. I don't know if that's a possibility.
No, we're exploring a lot of different things. That absolutely is a possibility. We're just trying to get to the basics right now. One of the main things that we're hearing is how overwhelming it is. Right now, the current system is they have to be certified. By the time they're done, it's about 18 months of training, and they will have certified themselves in fire and law enforcement, and that's a heavy lift. So we're looking at doing focused dispatching. In other words, they'll just be fire dispatchers, and then they'll just be law enforcement. And then as they get used to that, if they so choose, they can get certified in one or another. Also, we're looking at that is the law enforcement and fire protocols that we were discussing. That takes some of the load off them as well, because they mentioned how overwhelming that is to try to, there's a lot of critical thinking there and what types of deployment models need to be sent for what types of calls. So those new protocols should help as well.
Okay, Councilor Rowan and Councilor Boya.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, a compliment and then a question. I got a chance to see one of the MRTs at the National Night Out celebration in the Heights. The team who was there answered a million questions from me. The vehicles look really cool. You could see how really well thought out this system is to integrate into your overall operation. So I was really impressed, and you could see the pride these guys had in the work they were doing. So just really kudos to you for getting that MRT program moving.
Thank you.
I want to switch to this 911 dispatch issue. I talked a lot about domestic violence and family violence here on council, and I'd like to understand a little bit about the training that you provide to the 911 dispatchers. How often are they trained in how to respond to domestic violence calls? When was the last time they had sort of a best practices update for the whole staff? Just give me a sense of what it looks like from the 911 center.
I can tell you we are seriously lacking in specialized type training. Right now, we're just trying to maintain the minimum. So just as an example, FTE for that center is running around, I believe, 30, and we're constantly hovering around the 22 and 21 mark. So the overtime is off the charts just for that center alone. So I can tell you and be flat honest with you, there has not been any specialized training towards that. You bet.
Thank you, Councilor Boyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked that question of code enforcement. What can we, the council, do to help you, obviously, other than employees and money, but what else do you need from us that we can help you with?
Great question. Your continued support is much appreciated. Just what we find is just education, being out in the public like a national night out, explaining what it is that we do and why we do it. You guys collectively have a great knowledge of what it is that we do, and so if you just continue to educate, help us in that area.
Please.
When I talk to the constituents, I tell them about the mobile response unit, and they just go crazy. They think it's great. But I guess what we're seeing is, how do we tell the public what you're doing? I think that would be important.
One of the biggest things is we're constantly trying to find efficiencies, right? So we have put behind us the old dinosaur ways of thinking of every single thing has to be a fire engine, every single thing has to be a fire truck. Everything's about fire suppression. Now, while that is the core and the backbone of what it is that we do, you can start to specialize within the organization as well to be more efficient, such as MRTs, such as the crew, which focuses on a completely different demographic. One that uses our resources heavily is the drug addiction and mental health. And so having these different types of programs in place that don't require fire suppression is a tremendous help to gain these types of efficiencies. So efficiency is what I've always talked about for the last 2 years.
But Mayor, I guess, do we put you on TV to tell the public? I mean, how do we let them know that you're out there?
Well, Victoria and I can do another show if you'd like. I'd be happy to.
I think it's very important people know that their public safety mill levy increased tax dollars are being put to good use.
Did we tell them you two are on the Wheel of Fortune coming up, the special next week?
Yeah.
Did we not tell the council that? Oh, sorry.
I'm on the Wheel of Fortune?
You and Victoria, right? Wheel of Fortune and, sorry.
Okay, I'm there. Tell me when and where.
Wear your uniform. Look good. Councilmember Purington.
So I want to focus on the crew.
Okay.
I know we've been delayed. And my understanding of the delay has been because of hoping for Medicaid funding to reimburse and help this program thrive. So it's my understanding that didn't happen. Is that correct?
And so I'm not the expert. As you know, Chief Banfield is our resident expert here, so I'll try to answer this as best I can. I believe that you're correct, yes and no, that some of that funding did come through, but not all. And so that was the biggest part of the delay.
Okay, so the other part or piece to the crew team was to be the EMT plus some behavioral health person.
Correct.
Do we have that behavioral health person, and where are they coming from?
Yes, they are both coming from Rimrock. The two behavioral health professionals, and then, the EMTs are coming from us. We have one in place that actually started today, writing the MRTs to get exposure and see how the system works. And then the second one will be in place sometime next week.
And my last question, I think, is the big piece to that was the last question, where do you take them?
Where do we take them?
The people from, the people that, the clientele from the crew, some of those were probably going to have to be committed or something. Others would hopefully just be people that didn't have their medication in place. What is that third piece to the puzzle of what do we do?
So I believe that piece comes from the healthcare professional and understanding the system and where they're supposed to go from there.
Is that Rimrock?
Correct, yes. But that's my understanding, is that the definitive care comes from the mental health professional. We do the didactic portion of the call.
So I would really like to see some follow-up with crew, what it's doing. Also the MRTs, we got the numbers, but I'd like to see, exactly what they're looking at. What are the cases they're involved in? And then also projection for crew.
So Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council, certainly is that when the program is up and running, which we're just weeks away from, we will report back. The other component, and I know that where to take them is one of the significant challenges in the community. I know I, for one, can sometimes get lost in the fact that it's my understanding a fairly high percentage of these cases or responses, they don't need to go somewhere. They're at their home or their apartment or whatever. So it's not to minimize the where to take them when there is that challenge, but also recognize all of these folks are not heading to some type of a facility. They're having a problem in their location and going to be greatly beneficial, all indications are, to law enforcement as well as to fire. So.
Okay, Councilor Boyette, and then we'll try to move on.
One last question.
Please.
When, maybe Chris is the one, but after a year of the MRT is run, will we be able to show any cost savings somehow to the big fire truck versus using this so that the taxpayer can say, not only did I get a bang for my buck, but I actually could save some money by not driving those big red trucks?
The biggest thing that I would like to show, or the number one thing I'd like to show, is the fuel consumption, first and foremost. Secondly, would be wear and tear. So our maintenance costs for our fleet, I'm hoping to see that come down a little bit as well. Unfortunately, these big gigantic red rigs are getting more expensive and they don't build them the way they used to, that we're finding out. And it doesn't matter what manufacturer you go to, it's just, things just aren't built the way they used to be. But we're hoping that will show that come down. So.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate it. And yeah, it's not me, it's my team that I want to give a thanks to. So I certainly appreciate it, and I will pass that on to them.
Great, please do. Thank you. Chief St. John, it's almost midnight on the East Coast, so.
I'd like to thank Chris for this opportunity to be here at 10:30 at night. It's a great honor. Mayor, Council, I hope you have not used up all your accolades since you showered these other two, and they're totally soaked with it. So we will, and well-deserved, I might add, well-deserved. So next slide, please. A progress report, if you will. I know we report these numbers to you frequently, so we'll move through them pretty quickly. This would be our first half for 23. If you recall, anything that we do, whether it is citizen generated through a phone call or officer initiated, creates an incident. Not all incidents turn into cases. That's where we take further enforcement or some sort of investigative action. So you can see that we're pretty consistent to where we were last year with 43,700 incidents that we've been dealing with. As it stands right now, this morning we're at 57,000 incidents. So we are busy. And you can see the correlating cases that we've done on that. So again, your police department's busy. The things that I take note here is when the cases are down a little bit, that indicates that our officers are being proactive. They're getting out and about. They're doing things to include citizen contacts, area checks, traffic stops, And then they're not all resulting in things that we need to take definitive action on. So that correlates pretty well for me. Next slide, please. Specific to our strategic objectives for the safety levy are the violent crimes and property crimes. You know that was our number one objective, was to get a handle on that. And you can see for the first half of the last couple of years, we've been able to flatten a little bit and turn these numbers down. And so I'm very, very pleased with that. When we look at our violent crime, those are defined by the FBI in their crime reporting as Part 1. They are specifically homicide, aggravated assault, strangulation, robbery, and rape. That's what we're looking at primarily in that one. On the property crime side, what we're looking at here mainly would be burglaries, thefts, criminal mischief, trespass, and arson. There's about 16 subcategories of theft, so we just lumped them all together. But again, what you can see is a pretty significant decline in the property crimes for the first half of 23. So I'm very pleased with those numbers. It shows that our strategy has been effective, that we're targeting the right things. However, we know that that can go the other way very quickly, so we need to be mindful of that. Next slide, please. Arrests have been consistent from last year to this year. Citations and warnings are down a little bit. That is a little disappointing for me to see, but I would also say that when you look at the number of calls that we've been on and the fact that we have been running about 10 to 15 officers short for most of the year, that really takes a chunk out of your proactive policing, specifically on the traffic. So there's a correlation there. That's really not indicative of people just not out there doing traffic enforcement. I think it's a little bit more of, we had a rough time in there with our staffing. But certainly we need to do better, because that is one of our strategic objectives. And I know it's one of the things that makes your phone ring would be traffic. So we'll continue to work on that. I would also say down at the bottom, typo on my part where it says July 1 to December 31. That should be January 1 to June 30. We didn't get that switched there. Next slide, please. So going to our warrant, and this is what you're interested in. It goes specifically to the capacity issues down at the jail. As you're aware, we classify anybody who has a warrant that we could have, should have, would have, or taken to jail, and the decision was not to because of capacity issues and administrative burdens. You can see that we increased first half of 23 over 22. That's about an 8.9% increase in times we did not serve a warrant on somebody because of capacity issues at the jail. The 1R designation has been modified a little bit, not only just warrant arrest, but actual physical arrest where we take somebody down to the jail and they are turned away. We just started this late in 22, but first half of 2023, we had 155 of those. And one specific thing Councilmember Purrington was asking me about, or asking several people about, that's exactly what happened. We arrested somebody and took her down to the jail and was turned away. So that's a 1R, and that would be the North 26 situation that you were asking about. Next slide, please. This is a breakdown of the warrants that we have. You can see that in our file cabinet there sits about 1,800 active warrants for those various violations. Those are bench warrants, non-appearance warrants, arrest warrants that are waiting for us to run into people or turn themselves in. And again, we try to get them in front of the court and or in jail. And we end up back in that 3W1R situation. We do arrest a lot of people. You can see first half, we had 2,900 broken down in all those categories. Again, what you'll notice, this goes to the number of essentially administrative violations that we have, not outright arrests. We have contempt of court, revocations, conditions of release, probation violations. These are all things that we've arrested people already, and they violated stipulations or orders or requirements. And so here we have that revolving door. Of all the people that we arrested first half, 40% received notices to appear. 40% of that's the 61. And then on the other side there, juveniles kept us busy as well. That's a pretty fair number, 554. They're dealing with capacity issues as well at youth services. Some of our most violent crime has been at the hands of juveniles, so it takes a little bit to get them in a relatively small facility, so we continue to work there. And then talking about how we're doing staffing wise, right now we are sitting at 160 out of 167 authorized. We have 9 in background investigations as we speak. 2 of those are post-certified. We have 20 applications and more coming in for the next process, which we'll be hiring in October. Our CSOs, we are hiring the balance of the 7 of 3 of them. And once they are out of training, we will have 7-day-a-week coverage on that. Our ACOs are full with a whopping 7 in that division. And we're down a couple clerical staff. So overall, the PD staffing is in good shape. We're not having any trouble get people in the front door on the officer side. Where it slows down for us is we're short of background investigators. And it takes, 2 investigators a week or 2 per 1 candidate. So it's not one of the sexiest assignments that we have. So the officers are going, well, we want more cops. We're going, well, we need more investigators if you want to turn some people out here. Because we're not just going to check a box and fill a number. So it takes a little time to get through the process. And Mayor, that concludes my report. Questions?
Very good. Questions for the chief? Councilmember Owen.
Mayor, I have a couple questions, if that's okay.
Please.
So, Chief, I want to talk a little bit about that warrant slide, if we could. I don't know if we want to put it back up or not. When you look at those numbers, as you know, council set aside money to contract with the sheriff to operate a pre-arraignment misdemeanor holding facility. What do you think the impact would be on those numbers if such a facility existed?
Well, certainly anything, you're specifically talking about a misdemeanor facility, if that's what you want to call it. Again, the whole idea is to get individuals into the system and turned out within 24 to 72 hours and get back in front of the judge, get connected with their attorney or their justice system. And so in that respect, I think what it will allow us to do is some of these active warrants is to reduce those. Hopefully, it will reduce the non-appearance warrants. And then those people that are committing the misdemeanors right now, where we go and make an arrest, that we can put them in there and get them in front of a judge within a day or 2 and not have a notice to appear that turns into a non-appearance warrant, which turns into another and another and another. So I think what that will help us do immensely is move people through on the lesser offenses. And if we can keep things moving and get those numbers down, it's going to reflect well on this particular slide.
So the next question I want to ask is maybe a little bit tougher, at least, well, I hope it won't be tough. As we talk more about public safety and sort of systemic solutions, right, because we recognize the whole system's got to change. I continue to hear an allegation that I want to give you a chance to respond to, that BPD is arresting too many people, that they want to arrest people blanket, that they're trying to arrest and put people into YCDF who are not a threat to the community, who could be taken somewhere else, that we should have more judgment in the field. And I'm dubious of that, and so I just wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Well, that's interesting. Whoever's making that allegation, or whoever Peoples, I guess. We enforce the law. We investigate and, have probable cause, and we take people where we need to. If there are situations, and right now our system's not set up to divert people out of jail. And so, I mean, the only thing we have is, either we don't arrest them, or we give them notices to appear, or we let them go and investigate further and then decide if we're gonna, arrest them later. That's the system that we're in right now. If it turns out that there's other places we can take them for criminal violations, happy with that. But again, where we arrest a lot of people. There's a lot of people committing crimes. And where we're breaking down is on the back end. So again, the jail's at capacity, the justice system's overloaded, our probation officers are overloaded, defense attorney, the whole system is at max capacity. And so, again, on the front end, if we can get the prevention and the intervention going, that will be great. On the back end, if we can get the accountability and get people corrected, that'll be great. But in the middle, remember what your law enforcement's tasked with doing. We enforce the law. And that's what we're doing. And yes, we do arrest a lot of people. Your police department's good at that because that's what we do.
Do we have policies, this will be my last question, Mayor, for example, that say here's how to assess whether or not a person's a community threat and needs to be incarcerated, or, I mean, do we have those sorts of things to train officers?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chief, I wonder if you looked at slide number 3, that's the bar graph of violent and property crimes. For me, this was the most important and very positive graph. And by my calculation, on the case of violent crime, the 2023 number compared to the 2021 peak number is a decline of 18.3%. And in the case of property crime, the 2023 versus the peak in 2021 is a decline of even more at 19.75% decline. Those are really good numbers. And so one crime is too many if you're the victim of the crime. We never want to forget that. But from a macro 30,000 foot level, those are really good. And I don't want that to get missed by anybody. Again, 18.3% decline from peak in violent crime and 19.75% decline in property crime. Here's the question for you. I was hoping those were year-end totals, and we could say that's how much crime actually declined. They're not. They're only the first half of the year. So the question is that first half of the year representative of the entire year? And I guess those are calendar year, not fiscal year, so you'd only have the first half of 23 to make a comparison. But are those numbers representative of the entire year for those? And do you have a crystal ball for 23 that you can guess for the next 6 months? Or 5 months?
Sure, Mayor. I think if you just roll back and get part of 22 on what we're doing, you'll have a year's worth of data, and you will see that those numbers are going down. And what I had told you before is that our strategy, specifically in the downtown area, was increased police presence reduces crime. It's a deterrent. And that played out in the downtown numbers last year, and it's playing out now because of the focus that we have on some problematic individuals in problematic area. And because we have the additional resources to do that, we have been able to deter a lot of stuff that we were struggling with in years past. I will give the prime example of the fair. Now that's the sheriff's office through and through, but through our partnership, we put officers there, both in uniform and undercover, because that's where our violent crime really started last year at the fair with a couple groups. So that's not happening. And there was a lot of social media chatter about tons of cops here, stay away, behave yourself. Now, to my knowledge, there were no significant incidents at the fair, and I got lots of comments about appreciate you being there. And so another correlation with that. And then also the work that we're doing with some of our, street crimes units specifically, targeting problematic individuals. You've heard me talk now about what's really been an emerging gang issue, some territorialism, some traits that are popping up. We talked about graffiti, that's setting out some territory, that's talking to people, and we're targeting those groups. Low-hanging fruit we want to get after, but we also want to look at the organization specifically. So that's our local, state, and federal partners that are all concerted on this particular area, and you're seeing the result. And so Councilmember Rowan last time asked me the question that I couldn't answer. She asked me a lot of those questions, but I remember this one. If you have your magic wand, what is it that, that you would want? And so right now, based on what I'm seeing here, more bodies so we can be more proactive to get these results across the board. And violent crime, yes. Property crime, yes. But traffic. If I have more traffic officers, then you're going to start seeing those, we can make a difference in those areas too. And again, cops are expensive. So that being the case, we got what we got. So we're going to continue to be creative with the things that we're doing. I'm so appreciative. I asked that question of our staff, and they said, I'll get back to you, just like I told you. And it was remarkable, almost to a person. What they said is that we got good stuff. We got enough stuff. We need to get really good at the things that we have, because they don't even know the full capabilities of everything. We need to get really good at that. And then look at expanding maybe some facility areas to accommodate our growth. Not one of them asked for more people. That's just kind of a given, I guess. But I was pretty surprised at that, so.
Okay, great. That's good news. I hope we develop strategies for getting that good news out to the public so they can see the return on their investment. Councilor Boyer, Councilor Purrington?
Chief, last month
And Councilmember Neese.
Last month, I ended up in a traffic jam at Zimmerman and Grand where a guy was killed in a traffic accident. This Friday, I went through that same intersection, and there was two cars that blatantly ran the red lights. Obviously, we don't have enough people to do this, but is there any other way that you think through education, what do we do to stop Billings drivers from being so stupid?
Yeah, council member, we work on it through enforcement. We try to educate. That people have to want to change. And, we're not in the business to raise money by writing tickets. I want people to change their behavior. So, you'll see a lot of warnings sometimes for those type of violations. And I don't know what the answer is, because it's just everyone's in a hurry. Everyone's got to get through the light, and you see what the problem that it causes. And so, yes, enforcement's an answer, but also people need to take responsibility and accountability for following the rules, because we just can't be everywhere all the time.
Councilor Boyd?
Can we rent one of those machines that shows the little machine that says you're driving too fast, you're going 24 in a 50, or you're doing 50 in a 24? Can we get one of those, or how do you get something?
Yeah, we have several of those. If you have a location you'd like us to put it up, just let me know, and we will take care of that.
Zimmerman and Grand would be a wonderful place to start.
We'll have that up there.
Councilor Purrington.
Thank you. Okay, here's your warm fuzzy. Your cops, from my perspective, are doing a great job. And I've had seen some of them in public settings, and I think they're doing a great job as far as relating to some of these kids, and I think that's awesome when they do that. So my question is, on the transient crime, do you collect the data that will show what the transient crime is versus, I don't know, Joe Blow did something dumb? Do we have that kind of information?
I believe that we do. It's mainly we can identify it by the type of, or the nature of call that comes in. And then, of course, the individual, when we get them identified, and then a lot of times the disposition. So we can get that information.
And I don't particularly want it, but I'm just saying, if you're aware of that, because to me, those would be those repeat offenders in many instances.
Right.
And I'm going to go back to Councilmember Owen's question that she had for Tina. When they clear these camps out, these encampments, and you go in, some of those people do suffer, I think, from schizophrenia and some of the other things because they don't want to be around others. But do your officers, do they attempt to plug them into services?
They offer to take them, a lot of times go to the crisis center, or can they take them somewhere? A lot of the people that we deal with are not that population. We're out at Stewart Park today, cleaning a mess up. And the officer made the comment is there is a significant difference between a homeless person and a transient.
Correct.
That's just out trashing the place versus somebody who's down on their luck and, needs some help, needs a little kickstart here. Vast difference of that. And so, they recognize that.
And just my last comment is that whenever you say, what more can council do for the police department or have that query, I do expect probably within the next 5 years that we may have to have another public safety mill levy or expanded one or something of that nature, because I do think we need more bodies. But it is not going to do us any good to continue to have this amount of arrests if we don't have someplace to put them, whether it is a psychiatric sort of assessment thing or a jail. So given what I think the city of Billings needs for their public safety is an expanded jail, and I think the more that we can advocate for that with the citizens, because if people if people in the power don't listen to us, then maybe their constituents will. So thank you, and thanks for your report.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, thanks for coming and give us an update on the report. The numbers look really good. I know you guys will continue to drive those numbers down further, so we appreciate that. I think in the past you'd given us like 5-year numbers, and so I know if we look back a couple of years, we're still higher than, even though we look good, we know we're still a little high. So appreciate you guys working on that. You're doing a really good job on that. I did have a quick question, or actually a few questions. First of all, I think I ask you this about every time. As far as officers on the street, how many number of officers on the street are we down?
On the street, down, we are probably, I want to say 10 to 15.
Okay, all right. And that's just hiring issues, correct? It's not funding that the city council hasn't provided for you. It's just not being able to hire yet.
Yeah, that's correct, council member. And I would also say that I count officers in training because they're really not a rear end in a seat yet.
Exactly.
But they are hired and on board. So we have doubled cars, but not really.
Right.
So, when they get up and running, and we have 4 or 5 in that right now, that'll be out pretty quick. So it bolsters our numbers.
I hear a lot around the country how other cities are not favorable to police, and this city loves their police. Are we able to recruit from some of these areas? Can we see a full force on the street here by the end of the year? Do you think that's possible?
Council member, it's certainly possible. I'm looking at 2 retirements here in the next 2 months. So we always have those situations to deal with. But when I'm only 7 down from an authorized strength, that's pretty good compared to what some of our sister cities and other cities across the city or the country are dealing with.
Sure. And then in one of those slides, when you're talking about the warrant information, you mentioned in 2023, they were at 877 that were, I believe, that were not taken to jail. Was that, the next one, the R1s, was that 155 included in that number, or is that in addition to that 877?
Addition to, council member.
Okay, so overall, we had well over, what is that, 8, 9, almost 11,000?
Yeah, 1,000 something, yeah.
Okay, and then I want to bring you back to a comment that you said when you talking to Councilwoman Owen about the misdemeanor facility that we're looking at trying to get. It said, you know, if you, it says you move them through to get this, you know, you move them through on the small stuff. But I guess I'm going to ask you something on this because we're talking about, yes, the small stuff, but doesn't that, don't you think in long term that's going to, would you agree long term wise, it could help the overall problem because it's, if we can stop it at the small stuff, then that will prevent them from going to the bigger stuff. Do you agree with that?
You are absolutely right. What we're seeing right now is because these people are not held accountable and don't have to go to jail for anything, they become emboldened and their crimes get worse and they get bigger. So you're absolutely right. If and we do have a few people that will irritate the judge and she will order them into jail and they're actually surprised. Like, what are you doing? Why are you taking me there? And so, well, it gets their attention very quickly. So we need to reestablish that. So your assessment is correct.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate it. All you do, and again, thank your officers. You guys do a great job.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Chirky, and then council, let's wrap up and let these hardworking staff members actually go home. Councilmember Chirky.
Fine, yeah, put the weight on me being the person keeping you all here. Chief, can you talk to us a little bit about the trend with family/domestic violence?
Certainly, it still is our probably top category for both misdemeanor and aggravated assaults. We are on the early stages of the Family Justice Center to look at, helping victims throughout the entire process. We still have 3 officers, it would be 2 of ours and 1 state agent, dedicated to working on domestic violence, primarily out of out of the city attorney's office, working with their staff. So unfortunately, there is plenty of work in that area, but I think unlike other departments in the state, we have a significant number of resources dedicated to it because of the problem that we're having with it.
Thank you, Chief. And one other thing about, I believe, I forget who it was who was commenting about it, but I do agree that getting the word out that people should obey the law is a very important thing for us to do. And hopefully the Traffic Safety Committee will be able to help a little bit more with that as we get going more. But the one thing I did want to say is that I've actually had people complain to me that they've gotten traffic tickets.
That's good news, Councilmember Tricky. Thank you. As long as it's not you. Yes. Okay, thank you much, Chief. Good news. I appreciate, again, everything you and your fine officers do. Okay, is there any public comment on item number 4? No one is coming forward. We'll close the public comment period. Chris, item number 5, anything you want to give us alert on in the way of upcoming agenda items?
I'll keep it brief. So this coming Monday, we've got a zone change out there at King Avenue, King Shiloh. You have a county. You deal with the fact that the county's tear down of the Octagon or the old bank that was used for the sheriff's office, there's a public hearing required in that process for them to turn that into a parking lot. That's on there. And then we've got our resolution for parks, trails, and recreation. So those are all on. And the 11th, we're working to figure out how to make the 11th reasonable. I will tell you, September 11th is stacking up to be a good one. So if you can get yourself a little breather on the 28th, we better take it, because a number of these things on the 11th, we just have to do, like set the levy. I don't think there's a lot of changes. There's just a lot of items and some things that are coming up that really are time sensitive. I don't think they're politically problematic. They're just time sensitive. So if we can move anything tomorrow in tactical, we'll do that. But those are the 3 issues for next week's meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Mayor, I just had a quick question. Previous versions of tonight's work session had included a presentation, I think, by Dan Clark, and I see it hasn't been rescheduled at all, so I'm just wondering what happened and why we're not getting some time on charter review.
Yeah, actually, it was a specific question for Danny to put it on, and we sat down and talked about it, and I knew tonight was going to be this long, or not this long, but it was going to be too long. So I'll look at future work sessions where you want it.
Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Mehmet made a comment tonight that he regularly updates us. I don't remember ever seeing anything. How does that work?
I caught him in the hallway, told him I've got the weekly that goes out every, Friday or sometimes Saturday. If he ever has a little plug in there, please keep it brief. But I would absolutely welcome any updates from them on projects, so.
Councilmember Troy?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. If you had gone on the tour downtown, you would have had that update. So that tour, and I really appreciate the DBA putting together the tour of downtown. We walked up and down the streets to various vacant properties. We talked about who the owners are, future plans. I asked about the Burger Drive. We were down on Minnesota Avenue. So we really hit a lot of the development that's going on, and also some really critical developments in terms of vacancies, because that's one of the really, for me, a really hard thing to see is the vacancies downtown, and trying to the DBA trying to identify owners who are willing to do something to fill buildings with good businesses. So that was a very helpful tour. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on items not on our agenda tonight? No, there's not. So we'll close that, and we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.